Good evening and literally a warm welcome here to St George's Centre for tonight's Business Support and Overview and Scrutiny Committee. A particular welcome to Becky Waller and Steve Randall. And it's a year since we last saw you. Time flies by. And also we have some officers who will be presenting who may be new to committee members, and we will introduce those officers as we come to their items. So just before we go to Gemma and to Becky and Steve, we'll deal with the formalities of the agenda first. Item 1, apologies for absence. We have from Councillor Nashaba Khan, for whom kindly Councillor Van Dijk Zoe is substituting. And I think from my side, Councillor Turpin is away. Yep. Okay, colleagues, so that's the apologies. The record of meeting we have from July, which is appended to the agenda. Are members happy as to accuracy on that? Yep, okay, thank you very much indeed. I'm not aware of any urgent matters, and I don't believe there are any notified. Declarations, would anyone wish to make any declarations of DPIs or other interests? Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Like many thousands of people, but not everybody, which is why I'm declaring it, my household received the £150 rebate on council tax as a result of the government scheme being a band A to D property. I will be referring to that, but I think there's a wide enough scope for me to not be declaring an interest that means I have to leave the room.
Okay, perhaps I could just seek some guidance. Should all members make that declaration?
Okay, well.
Okay, so those of us who don't have mansions, who would like to declare, if we're A to D, perhaps we ought to just take a record of that. So, just let Steve take a note of your names, please.
But I think we're content that it wouldn't preclude anyone from
okay.
debate.
All right, Steve. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Vince, for raising that. Okay. Simon, did you have something separate?
Yeah, just as a matter of non-pecuniary, I'm going to refer to green spaces, possibly volunteers as well, and I'm the chair of the Medway Urban Green Spaces Forum, but I will be talking about funding for green spaces, so I'll mention that, but it obviously has no sort of interest for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Opara.
Thank you, Chair. Just a DPI to say that seeing the DWP here, my business actually works extensively with Becky and her team. So.
Fine. Is that it, colleagues, on declarations? Sorry, Councillor Tijan.
Thank you, Chair. Item 9 mentioned the Innovation Centre. One business has a virtual office there.
And Councillor Opara the same, I would imagine. Yep, okay. You're right with that, Steve. Okay, colleagues, anyone else on declarations? No. Okay, we'll move on to the substantive items, if we may. So item 5, Gemma is here as our lead internal officer in relation to universal credit welfare reforms. It's the annual report, as you know, that we have, and Gemma is heading up benefits and financial welfare. Gemma, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Gemma. I've just been appointed to the role of Head of Benefits and Financial Welfare, and I report directly to Katie Durkin in her role. Pull the mic, sorry. Is that better? Perfect. So my name's Gemma Gilly. I'm the Head of Benefits and Financial Welfare. I report to Katie Durkin in her role as Chief Financial Officer. So it was agreed by Cabinet in September 2014 that members would be provided with a yearly update on the rollout of universal credit and other work associated with welfare reform. The report continues to do that and includes an update of the Move to UC test that Medway and Bolton are currently a part of. Members will be aware that from April 2022, the Council launched a new income-based CTR scheme, which has been fairly successful. We have seen an increase in the number of claims received, most likely related to the current cost of living crisis. However, positively, we are seeing those claims turning into caseload, meaning that more residents are receiving the help that they deserve and that they're entitled to. The report also covers newer items, such as the Household Support Fund, which is worth around £5 million a year to the Council, and the Council Tax Energy Rebates, which has given every household in council tax bands A to D £150 to help with energy payments. That's the report.
Thank you very much indeed. Becky, Steve, is there anything you would separately like to say by way of introduction at all?
Yes, my name is Becky Waller. I'm the Partnership Manager for Medway and Chatham Job Centre. I've currently been in Medway for the last just over a year now. Really great place to work, and some really, what I've seen, partnerships that we have formed within the area, and really like the way that we are collectively trying to improve the welfare of other people in the area.
Thank you very much indeed. Steve, anything else you would like to say as a brief intro?
Yeah, so I'm the customer service, or one of the customer service leaders in Chatham Job Centre, so that covers Crown House and also the REAP in Dockside Outlet Centre as well. I've been in Chatham for 5 years now, and a Medway resident, very proud of the work that we're doing in the area, and I'm glad I'm here to help you guys as well.
Thank you both very much indeed, and for, of course, coming along tonight. So I'm going to look to members. Any points you would like to raise? Councillor Maple first, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming along. This is always genuinely one of my favourite sessions. I think this is important, and I know people will look on who are not in the audience physically here tonight. They'll certainly be looking at the stream, because this is and continues to be an important area for Medway. And firstly, I'd want to, through you, Chair, send our thanks back to the DWP team here locally. They've been working through a tremendous set of circumstances with COVID and everything else, and the fact that my inbox hasn't been full of people going, I'm waiting weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, which has not always been the case historically, it is a positive thing. So I'd certainly ask for our thanks to go back through you. I'm sure the Vice Chair will move that when we get to the end of the session. I want to pick up on a couple of bits. I want to have a bit of quite a focus on the fact that Medway was chosen or told or something else. And I don't know what similarities we have with Bolton particularly, but we seem to be the two lucky areas which are now very publicly being migrated. I've been asked about this by local and national media. They're interested in what's happening here. So I wanted to get a sense of 250 people may not fit, or 250 cases, because obviously some of these will be families, not individuals. Feels like it could potentially have quite an impact on the workforce, because these will be quite complex, sometimes, conversations. So perhaps if you can give a bit of a general overview, but within that in particular, I'd be interested to know what historic benefits those 250 people are moving off of, and how many of them have had to have transitional protections in place. I've always supported the very basic principle of universal credit in the sense of simplifying the welfare system. I just don't think you should have done it at a time of austerity when cutting everything else. But that's a personal view. So I'd be interested to understand how those migrations have been happening. Have there been any lessons learnt? Have there been feedback from Bolton as well? So if you perhaps want to give us that feedback, and then I've got a couple more general questions as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll feedback what I can, so bear with me, and if you have any further questions, we'll go for that. So in terms of why Medway, which I think is one of the principal questions, We don't know exactly, but Medway does have a mix of urban and rural areas, quite similar to Bolton as well. So you know, that could be part of the reasoning. The transitions so far, you know, and we wouldn't have dealt with necessarily all of them, involve a letter being sent out to a customer that's got a contact detail, a contact number one for them to phone for further help and advice to make the claim. We have dealt with some people in the office who needed a bit of extra help with making that claim, but it's been pretty smooth so far. And as part of the offer is also to have a better off calculation. Although I've used old language, I can't remember what the right one is, and Becky's going to nudge me on it. No, she's not. It's fine. Yeah, better off calculation. Just to make sure that we're not going to put someone into hardship at this moment. And it has been, I can't give you exact figures of what benefits have moved over, but it has been a mixture. Obviously, the ones that we have seen have been employment support allowance customers and job seekers allowance customers mainly. But that's because they're historical customers that are used to coming to us. But that's the ones that we've dealt with so far.
That's a really helpful overview, and it's interesting that one of the reasons Medway may have been chosen is that mixture of urban and rural. That's quite interesting, actually. And if the Adelphi was looking for someone like that, this is a good place to come, I guess, really. So it's, again, the one bit that I think just a little bit of further clarity, if you've got it, but if you haven't got this tonight, if you could feed this back through Phil and Gemma, I'd be grateful. And that's around the need for, additional transitional support. It's mentioned within the report we've got tonight, but are we looking at the fact that 10%, 50%, 100%, 0% of people are receiving transitional protections? And what does that mean? Are they there forever? Are they there for a 6 months fixed period? What does that mean in practical terms?
Right. I won't be able to answer that question tonight, and I'll take it away and see if I can get you an answer. In my experience, certainly with Universal Credit, we have supported people as much as we can along the journey. So I don't think there's going to be a cut-off of 2 months or 3 months and then we'll leave someone to float off. But I'll see if I can get some figures for you. And then the response will be an email address that you could maybe ask the question to, because there's an address on the letter that goes to the customers. So we'll send that to you, and you can possibly ask the team.
I'd be grateful. Again, I think in particular it's around whether Medway residents are going to be disproportionately impacted than other places because they're being migrated. Of course, I know we've got some of the council support which is in place, but it's around, for me, it's whether that's time limited or until circumstances change. Of course, by the nature of universal credit, that should be a more dynamic process. So.
Yeah, if I could just add to what Steve said. So that the sample that's been selected is quite random, actually. It's spread across a whole range of different types of claimant. So it's not like it's focusing on the complex ones particularly. This isn't being described as a pilot, but obviously some of that learning is going to be taken as part of a broader rollout. So I don't think there'll be any disproportionate impact, and I think you'll find that there's a mix of those that need transitional support and those that don't.
Thank you, that's really helpful. And again, if that further information can come back, it would be very, very helpful just to get an understanding as to what those transitions mean, because of course there will be many more as we go through time. I'm going to move on to some wider stuff quickly, if that's okay. I know some other colleagues are going to talk about the £150 payment, so I won't particularly touch on that, but I know others will. I guess a general question for the three of you down there and Phil up here. I mean, we are in a situation where in the last 48 hours I've been told inflation before we have this meeting next year will be at 18%. Universal credit is not going up by 18% for the avoidance of doubt. Certainly not as far as I'm aware. So I just want to get a sense across both the DWP and council, and of course the council outsources some of this work because it has to. that's not our choice. The law says we can't deliver it directly, which is a bit stupid, but that's the law. So I want to get a sense of feeling that if somebody is coming to Crown House and saying, I can't cope financially, what conversations are happening between our organisations and I guess other people like the Medway Food Bank, the Citizens Advice, of course, carry out some of that work on behalf of the council. Not the kind of strategic level, but the kind of operational. If someone turns up tomorrow morning, what's going to happen?
So we have recently, over the last 6 months, provided a lot of training and upskilling to our teams in the job centre, from work coaches to our front of house staff to even senior leaders, to support them with understanding what conversations that they can have with anybody that walks through our doors that may need support or may show signs that they are struggling. And we have very close working relationships with organisations such as Money Advice Service, Citizens Advice and many other services, and that's including the food bank. And lots of the time, as partnership manager, these organisations will contact me. They can either pick up the phone, they can send me an email, or at times I will visit them, and I'm on hand, as the rest of our team are, to be able to provide a one-to-one service for anyone that's needed. So for us as a department, I feel confident that we can support people that come through our door, or if they might leave a message in our journal, whatever way they contact us.
Gemma, would you like to come in?
Yes, so from the council's perspective, we've got a very strong relationship with the DWP at the job centre, so my team will speak to Becky or Becky's team leaders about cases that we might have. If people are presenting to us, obviously we would look at the solutions that we have. So if they're presenting with rent arrears, we will look at discretionary housing payments. We will work with housing option team to ensure that the customer is looked after from that respect. If people are presenting with council tax arrears, we have the exceptional hardship payments. So we would look at things like that. And also now, one of our biggest weapons to our disposal is the household support fund. So we're able to get people that instant help very quickly to be able to support their needs. So if someone needs food, we can get them food vouchers out virtually the same day if needed. So it's all about the relationships that we've got. We receive, so we've got a partnership with the food bank. They are able to refer straight into my team. So if someone turns up at the food bank and says, I need all food that I don't need to cook because I don't have electricity, they can come to my team. We have a partnership with the Fuel Bank Foundation, and we can get them a same-day voucher for their prepayment top-up. So it prevents that disconnection. So we do have those relationships operationally happening where we're sharing information. We also have a DWP complex needs meeting for universal credit that is strategic, but it's full of operational people, isn't it? And we share information every couple of months so that each other knows what's happening within the area. So, and that's filled with a lot of partners in Medway, from DWP to different council colleagues, the food bank, social landlords, lots of people are involved in that.
That's really helpful, and again, I think the hearing that from an operational perspective, I've got quite strong confidence that actually, ever since the task group that happened on this, that kind of cross-organisational strategic partnership is there, and that's absolutely it. Two final points, if I may. One is actually for Mark Brethwick, and that's around actually one of my concerns when people are migrating over to universal credit is the potential to fall through the gap with rent arrears. So I wanted to get an understanding from Mark, obviously away from the wider partnership meetings, because they've got, by the very nature of them, a very broad focus, but whether there's any specific conversations happening, particularly with social landlords, but not necessarily uniquely social landlords, around the fact that these migrations are starting to happen, and whether, because obviously there is quite a functional difference between receiving housing benefit and not, effectively. And then I've got one final point to wrap up with. So,
Thank you, Councillor Maple. So I think it's probably fair to say that the housing sector, both nationally and locally, has been relatively vocal about universal credit and its impact on residents, but also on the ability of the local authority to collect rent. On an operational basis, I think there are very, very good conversations at a case-by-case level, in the sense that we have good links into the DWP, good links in with Gemma's team, for example, to look at how we resolve things on a case-by-case basis. I would say at a strategic level, the issue probably hasn't been revisited for quite some time. In all honesty, I think universal credit is. The direction on that is not within local officers, members, or even local DWP officers' control. It's a national policy. So I think the focus of landlords and sector at large is just to prepare for how we support residents to manage that transition, and we do that through a number of ways. Gemma's already outlined some of them, but the council's housing options team will be meeting regularly with other large social landlords to talk about challenges that they have, as well as the statutory DHP pot. We have a specific homelessness prevention pot that does a very similar thing, that allows us to pay off rent arrears where it's jeopardising a tenancy, but predominantly it comes from partnership work with the DWP to bring people's rent accounts up to date.
That's really helpful, thank you. And I agree. I think most people know and have an opinion of universal credit, but the fact that it's Medway has been selected to have that additional migration starting again, lucky us. My final point, and it sounds like there is that really good working and there's good signposting. I think it would be helpful for the 55 elected members, as long as this isn't going to cause a huge amount of work. Hopefully it should just be some cutting and pasting of email addresses or phone numbers. We are already getting an increase of inquiries, certainly I am, and I know some of my colleagues are as well. It would be really helpful to have the most up-to-date contacts for these relevant bits of the system. So if we, basically to try and save you some work, if we can refer people directly, we will do that, but we need to have the up-to-date information. So perhaps as an action, if colleagues who are here tonight could, one side of A4, that would be really helpful.
Gemma, can you take that on board? Yeah, okay.
I can, yes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Murray, please.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody. It's nice to see you, Gemma. And like Councillor Maple, I regard this as an extremely important report. I wanted to dig a bit deeper into some of the things here. So first of all, at 3.7, concerning migration, the stop notice arrives and the council stops paying housing benefit and considers a 2-week transition payment for the customer. Now, can you tell me what that means, considers a 2-week transition payment? Does it mean that there's a possibility that somebody wouldn't get it? Or does it mean that everybody does? And does that process push people into rent arrears? That's my first question.
Generally, most people are so more than likely people are entitled to it. So they are entitled to the 2-week transitional payment. The stop notice comes to us once they've made their universal credit claim. So we don't, the process is that they have to make the universal credit claim first, and then the local authority will receive the stop notice. So that claim has already been made, so there is no gap in benefits. In terms of the 2-week payment, essentially, we would pay 2 weeks extra at the end of HB, but that would also be covered by universal credit. That's right, isn't it, Becky? Yeah, so it's also covered by universal credit. So actually, it's given the customer 2 weeks more than they would have got had they not transitioned. So it's almost a bit extra. It's almost like a run-on payment. Mm. So the customer isn't put at a disadvantage through that process.
Okay. At 3.8 then, there's a halving of housing benefit claims. Now, that's presumably because of the migration to universal credit?
Yes, so that's natural migration that's happened since May 2018. So that's just naturally people that have gone from, and it's generally where they've changed their legacy benefits, that's where people have naturally changed to onto universal credit. So that's natural migration, as opposed to the 250 that we're doing, which could be, it's called move to UC, but it also could be known as managed migration. So there's the two different parts to migration to universal credit.
Yeah, I mean, I think the elephant is in the room is that we haven't mentioned the massive losses that some people, I mean, I've known families in my constituency lose £800 a month by migrating. And none of these measures make up for it. They're just left much poorer very quickly. And I think we all have to be extremely mindful of that. The report doesn't say very much about disabled people. Disability UK have done a lot on this, and they are the group who, since 2013 at 4.1, have lost the most in benefits. So I'm wondering from all of you, what kind of proportion of people who end up having to come for the sort of extra payments are sick and disabled and unable to work, if anyone's got a view on that?
Just to clarify, for things like discretionary housing payments?
That's right, discretionary housing, household support fund, whatever it turns out to be.
I would have to go away and come back to you on that. So yeah, I can do that. If you'd like to put it as an action point, I can do that.
So through you, Chair, yes, please. Because, you know, I think that gives us a picture that it's quite well known, and Disability UK, as I say, have done a lot on this. I've been to one of their seminars. I've been in receipt of a lot of their material. It does seem quite clear that many sick and disabled people have suffered enormously, and I'm extremely worried about how they're going to manage when the energy bills do start rising, because obviously if you're using oxygen at home, if you're using dialysis at home, as people very regularly are now, it's coming out of hospitals, and you are going to be using a huge amount of electricity, the most expensive type of fuel. So it doesn't sound as if any specific measures or budgets have been allocated to that group of people in anticipation of that happening.
I would say the budgets are open to everyone. However, if someone is disabled, we do, you know, you would obviously take that into account when you're looking at that case, but we would look at things on a case-by-case basis. So we wouldn't want to discriminate against anyone. Becky and Steve might be able to give further clarification about the cost of living payments. Oh. Becky's mic's not working. I shall move mine over.
It might be because yours is on. The cost of living payments from July were £326. Which, okay, it's not going to resolve the issue, but it is a measure until government decide if there's any more that they can do to support families. And they're also, in autumn, there is a £324 payment that will be made to families in receipt of benefit, and that will go straight into their bank accounts. But equally, there are support in the terms of personal independence payments, and depends on the level of support that they need is dependent on how much that payment is. And there also is personal independence payments for families that may need it, or those that are carers for carers allowance. Okay, and as I say, it doesn't solve all, but it is there for people that are in need.
Thank you. It certainly doesn't solve anything for carers, because of course their carers allowance just gets rolled into universal credit these days, doesn't it? So in fact, it isn't any longer the sort of bit of extra money that it was if they happen to be on universal credit. Can I ask you about sanctions, please? There has been a move to suggest that one of the things that could happen to ease the cost of living crisis is to stop doing sanctions for a period of time. So as a proportion of our claimants in Medway, and I can, you know, ask the chair to bring forward this data if you haven't got it today, as a proportion of our claimants in Medway, have you got a kind of ready reckoner that shows how many people are being sanctioned at any one time? And can I say, and if someone is being sanctioned, does that affect their ability to apply for any of the extra hardship funding?
There isn't a target on sanctions, and there haven't been a target on sanctions. Sanctions are avoided where possible. So we don't have a list that says how many we have, because, as I say, it's not a target. It's not something we try to do. Sanctions are only imposed on someone generally if, as a last resort, and that may be where someone is asked to make attendance into a job centre, and even if somebody hasn't attended the job centre, it will be sent to a decision maker, and that person who has not attended and that referral has been made will be asked to provide their reasons why they cannot attend or did not attend, and it depends on those answers and whether that's a repeat incident, repeat occurrence, and what that situation is to whether that person will be sanctioned. And in regards to whether they can make a request for hardship payments, they absolutely can do.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, thank you, and I understand the point that you're making, and I'm pleased to hear that it's a council of last resort, but it, you know, and this is not on you personally, but it does seem a crazy situation, doesn't it, that somebody can be sanctioned, their benefits reduced, and then they start claiming hardship payments when in fact, you know, and I appreciate the decision maker and the work coach have got a role in this. But, you know, the better thing to do would be to try to tackle the reason that they're getting sanctioned in the first place. I don't know whether that's a resource question. But, you know, it seems to me to be robbing Peter to pay Paul, making the point that somebody's being sanctioned because they've done something that they're not supposed to do or unable to do something that they've been asked to do, and then they're thrown into the hardship fund. I'm turning now to page 23, and on intervention outcomes, there's only 4 interventions for people asking for support with utilities, which seems a really low amount.
So that is
Could you switch, Councillor Murray, could you switch your mic off when you...
So those are the stats from the Medway CAB, who are doing our local welfare provision. We believe that possibly has decreased because of the household support fund, because fuel help is being given through that as well. So it's quite likely that the utilities support has reduced because they would possibly come through to us because we're able to do the Fuel Bank Foundation and provide vouchers and help for those that need assistance with energy. So I think it's just the fact that we do have that additional help now that we can give people, and the household support fund is a lot larger than the local welfare provision, so it makes sense for that to come from that fund rather than the smaller pot that is given to Medway Citizens Advice Bureau.
Can I ask the colleagues from the DWP? We're discussing a large number of hoops now for people to jump through if they need a bit of extra money or they're finding things difficult. And again, it's quite a deliberate and, in my view, vindictive attitude from the government to prevent people from being able to survive and have a decent life on benefits. But I'm just wondering, with the complexity of all of those things, and as you've said, you all spend a lot of time on complex cases, it's quite possible for a family to be in a situation where they're sort of subject to, 50% or more of the things listed on page 23. Do you think that makes it more difficult for people to be in a strong position to look for work or look for better work?
I'm sorry, I missed the very start of that. Can you just...
Okay, yeah. What I'm saying, there's now a whole series of complex things that people have to do if they're short of money, if they're a claimant. You know, good as the service from the CAB is, it's a, you know, I've been through it with people, it's a long and complex process. And actually, quite often, it's a road to nowhere, because the answer at the end of the day, no matter how many times you look at the way you spend your money and the savings you could make, the fact is there just isn't enough money. And that's why you get people disengaging. But they're quite long, complex, and actually, I think, quite invasive processes, quite deliberately, as far as the government are concerned, because they're deterrent-based processes. But what I'm interested in is whether the need to go through those kinds of processes for some people make it more difficult for them to be in a position to actually find work or better work.
I mean, I think from DWP's perspective, you know, when a work coach is presented with a customer for the first time, their immediate thing isn't necessarily to get that person out the door and into a job. It will be a whole process before they might be ready to look for work. So any support we need, any complex issues they've got, that support is going to be there from us before we maybe even start talking about work. So if a customer is struggling with a certain area, then obviously that focus will be on helping them there before they're in a position that that we can help them look for work. Be it a program like Jets or Restart they might need, or help with addiction. Our principal aim is to get people into work, but actually to get people into sustainable work. So we want to be delivering healthy people out of our doors into a job where they won't have to come back to us again, hopefully. So yes, some of the processes that people have to go through might be onerous, but we are there to support people to go through those processes.
The last time we saw you, you'd got an influx of work coaches. Have you been able to maintain those in employment at the DWP? And has it made a difference to the amount of people that you can help into work? Or have they somehow, they're not there anymore, or the funding's run out, or whatever it is?
Yeah, I mean, those influx of coaches were incredibly helpful and have been, and actually we've retained a lot of them on permanent contracts in the civil service. I think it's around 30 work coaches we've kept in Chatham. That's not the exact figure. Unfortunately, we've been the victim of our own success, and some of those people have gone on to get better jobs within the civil service and outside. But the REAP site has got a set of work coaches. So sorry, the REAP site is the site in Chatham, in the dockside. So that's full of coaches and Crown House. So probably the last time we was here, and I'm going to give a bit of a guess on numbers, I think that our live load was around about, of all benefits, about 37,000 customers that we were dealing with, and it's now 34.5. So those coaches obviously supported people into work.
Final question from me then on page 24. We can see at 11.4 universal credit claimants have a much higher level of arrears, accounting for 62% of all arrears owed. What do you think that we can do about that, and why do you think that exists? And Mark, you might have a view on that situation.
So in terms of what we can do to address those rent, I think it comes back to what I said previously, which is around working with those households to address those situations. It is making use of things like the DHB, the household support grant. It comes from working with, doing physical improvements to properties in some cases to make sure fuel bills are reduced and residents' income is more sustainable from the outset. Some of it will be support through the DWP to get into employment and various bits and pieces. But I think it will take Yeah, we'll take an in-and-round look at that household, their income, their circumstances, their property, and trying to achieve those marginal gains across all of those areas, as well as any, other support that can be brought in.
Sorry, can I just add as well, with the Household Support Fund, Mark's officers and other council officers have direct access into that. So if they're with a customer and they can see that they need food or they need gas and electric, operationally they can access that fund almost instantaneously because and get the same day help essentially, which we've put in. So that is helping a lot of the people that council officers are dealing with on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Medway's officers who are here and the DWP colleagues. Much appreciate your coming tonight. The issue that Councillor Maple raised about the transitional protection, I'd also be interested to see the outcomes of that in due course. The two other remaining issues I was intending to raise, I think, are probably more for Medway's officers. Firstly, I think both points are related. Firstly, page 19, we have the exceptional hardship scheme as part of the council tax reduction scheme. In March 2022, council wrote to any recipient in order to invite claims to the new exceptional hardship scheme. 2,000 claimants were written to. To date, the council has received 103 claims for help that are being considered. We're now August. That seems an extraordinary length of time for that hardship scheme to be up and running, and for the claims for help still to be being considered. It may not be as straightforward as that, but I'd be interested to know what officers have to say. That just seems extraordinary that we have 103 claims still outstanding for that scheme. Which leads me to a sort of bridging point, which is so much of what we've heard tonight is about stopgaps. Councillor Murray quite rightly points out the hoops that people have to go through, and that that's absolutely true. But there's also the issue of a series of stopgaps of tranches of money that are put in short term to alleviate circumstances, but for which there is no consistency or reliability, no security and stability. And I think that just adds to people's difficulties as well. That what people need, particularly people who are in financial need, is security and stability. If they're going to be able to build their way out of these issues, they need to have some sort of reliability in their lives, which these schemes simply don't provide. And that actually goes for Medway Council. So Gemma says we've had £5 million of household support funding over the year. We've had it in 2 tranches. I'll come back to tranche 2 in a moment. But tranche 1, we learned from this report, £354,000 had to be returned to the government. So that tranche must have that tranche was similar to this tranche, so 2.2 something million. We used 1.9 million, 354,000 had to be returned. That wasn't made clear, the report says, until the 1st of April, the day in which it had to be returned. So I'll say 2 things about that. One is that from the government's point of view, as far as I'm concerned, that amounts to maladministration, that councils are unable to plan to have the stability and the reliability to know that they are going to have that full tranche of money and that they can use it as the community needs. Or it's made clear very early on in that process that any shortfall in disbursements will be returned to the government. It's just simply unacceptable for the government to effectively decide at the last minute that it's going to recall those underspends. The second thing I'd say about it is I find it difficult to believe that Medway Council could not find £354,000 worth of extra spending within Medway to support people who are poor or in crisis or in need. I just simply find that so difficult to believe. And I just wonder whether it's part of this problem identified by Councillor Murray about the hoops. Residents find it difficult to access, they're not necessarily aware of what is available, and when they do apply, if the exceptional hardship scheme is anything to go by, it takes a long time for those claims to be processed. Which leads me to the second point, which is the second tranche of household support funding, the one that we might call the current tranche. Now, we as a group, I think, have made clear that we've got a very clear view on how that money should have been spent, that current household support fund should have been spent. We think that it is clear that we could have identified those families with children in receipt of free school meals. They are a clearly identifiable group. They are an objective measure of hardship. It would have been very easy to provide straightforwardly, in administrative terms, very straightforwardly, that financial support, as many other authorities throughout the country have done. There's that point, but also we have the decision that was taken on the 26th of April by the leader under urgency provisions, which nobody seems to have known anything about until parents started approaching us towards the end of term, and even we became aware that the vouchers were not going to be paid during this summer holiday period. I'm not aware of any publicity of any work, I'm not aware of any work between the 26th of April and the beginning of the summer holidays, which meant that families in need, if we weren't going to give out the vouchers, other alternatives are in place. What the procedures for applying for those, publicising that support is available, I didn't see any of that during that period. And it was well into the summer holidays, it was well into August, that a member of the Cabinet discussed it publicly. I raised it at Council at the middle of July, 18th of July, whenever it was. There was no response from the administration then. So I'd like to know what administratively happened between the 26th of April and the end of term to publicise and to publicise that the help was going to be available instead of the vouchers, and to set up the administrative systems which meant that families could have then started to apply. We know that they were in receipt of free school meals, their children were in receipt of free school meals. We could have been establishing that system in much better time for the summer holidays to alleviate the problems. I've spoken to parents since the summer holidays have started. They weren't aware that the vouchers weren't going to be available. Some of them became aware. I wasn't aware when I spoke publicly about it that there was a support system available as an alternative. Parents were applying. One I spoke to had applied and was still waiting 2 weeks later. 2 weeks with 2 children to feed. So that specific, I think, is a really important one. What's happened in May and June and most of July to get Medway's families ready for that system where the vouchers were not going to be available? And our view is very clearly the vouchers should have been available. The Local Government Association Cost of Living Hub has a number of items, a number of local authorities responding to the cost of living crisis, one of which is Sheffield, who have implemented a scheme for automatic enrolment for free school meals. I'm not sure how it works administratively, but of course, automatic enrolment for free school meals then leads on to increased pupil premium payments for schools as well. So as a tail end to what I've been saying mainly about that second tranche of household support funding, I think maybe we ought to consider exploring what Sheffield has managed to do with automatic enrolment for free school meals. That seems a very important way forward. So a lot there. Apologies for the length of time, Chair. Exceptional hardship scheme and essentially what's been happening with this current tranche of household support fund. We will, I think, be very concerned if we get to the end of this current tranche, which I think is beginning in September, and we have not completed spending that £2.26 million pounds of funding. That will be an absolute disgrace, I think. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Gemma, would you like to respond to some of the issues raised there?
Yes, of course. In respect of the exceptional hardship payments, so they were brought in as a part of the new council tax reduction scheme, so they are different to the council tax discretionary relief that previously existed, and that still exists, but this particular scheme is for people in receipt of CTR. Now, when we say that there's 103 being considered, it's because they essentially become cases. So when we're looking at things, they don't just become arbitrary, or we'll pay that against people's council tax. We actually would look a bit further than that. So we would look, you know, if someone is renting, we would look and see, is the DHP actually applicable for this? Could we help them with the household support fund? So they actually become more of a case than just an arbitrary application. So, you know, and sometimes that can involve us writing out, asking for further information, and just working with the customer to find a better solution. You know, arbitrarily putting money against their council tax doesn't help them necessarily. It will help in the short term, but we want to work with people. It's very similar when we do discretionary housing payments. You know, we can give out the money, but it's really important that we work with Mark's team, because it could be that they need a different housing solution. So we're looking at things like that. We'd also be looking at whether someone would be entitled to other council tax discounts and other things like that. So you're basically looking at their whole situation and seeing what we can do to help. So whilst they may have applied for that one application, because it's sitting in my team and we do have all of these other funds, we would try and look at someone holistically. So sometimes that takes a bit longer, but what we would do with those cases, if they are waiting for payment, you know, we wouldn't take them through recovery. We wouldn't summons people in that point. We would hold their council tax. We'd help with their payments. So, you know, just to try and basically help the customer. But they are moving through. You know, we've done more than 60 cases now in completion. So since the report, so it is moving through. But sometimes, and a lot within my team, we do a lot of data collection and working with the customers, so there can be a bit of back and forth and, you know, requesting further details. So that's essentially why, for that reason. In respect of the household support fund, yes, to a degree, it hurt me to send £350,000 back, if I'm honest. It's been very difficult because things were dropped. We haven't had much notice, and then we're having to design schemes and trying to target people where we can. We assigned a lot of money to a claim scheme that is open to anyone in Medway. We've done, particularly on this tranche, we've done so much marketing. We've worked really hard with Celia's team in comms. We've had it on the big screen in Chatham. I don't know if anyone's seen it. We've had targeted social media posts, so Facebook. We've had stuff that's, if someone's in the Medway area, they will get the advert come up on their phone if they're on the internet and things like that. So we really have tried. We've had leaflets. We've worked with Medway, like I said earlier, we've worked with Medway Food Bank. So we have really tried to push it. We've worked with our partners, like I say, with internal customers as well. We're still working on those things, and I do have a note at the beginning of September to look at everything and make sure that we do get the rest of that money out. We are receiving high volumes of applications at the moment. We've spent over £500,000 of what we've got, and we've got another sort of £500,000. But because the way the schemes have ramped up and the payments have ramped up, we are getting through money really quickly. So it will undoubtedly be my aim to have that all of that money spent. We still have money to distribute to pensioners because that was a part of the scheme, and we're also helping local food charities. So Medway Food Bank, no, sorry, not Medway Food Bank, Medway CAB, Gillingham Street Angels. There's a tranche that have been helped through the Medway Food Partnership, so they've been getting direct payments. They've had one payment and they'll be getting another one in September that's coming out through our public health team. So, and you know, if there's any charities that people are identifying that do need help, you know, we're happy for them to be referred to us and we can have a look to see what we can do.
Thank you, Chairman, for that. I think the point about the publicity in the April to July slot is that the assumption was that the free school meal vouchers would be paid, and therefore, when it suddenly turned out that they weren't, that was a missed opportunity. So, I think I would say that during that period, specific message had to be vouchers, free school meal vouchers would not be paid during the summer holidays, and these are the alternatives that you will have during that period. And I think that message was really an important one that didn't come out. Sorry, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just say that schools were informed in the May, because we paid in the May half term for the free school meal vouchers. Schools were informed at that point that they were only being paid, they weren't being paid in the summer holidays.
Okay, can I ask just Phil to add, and then I'll come back to you.
Well, Gemma's said exactly what I was going to say, that schools were notified, and as that was the previous mechanism for distribution of those vouchers, that's where we felt the comms ought to lie. Can I also just say that the decision not to do the free school meals vouchers during the summer holiday wasn't an arbitrary decision that was made, although nominally the report had my name at the top of it, the urgency report. It was discussed with colleagues in children and adults, and the view was taken that because we had the activities scheme running, we wanted to encourage take-up of that. We've also done lots of comms more recently to explain that actually the funding available to families under the Household Support Fund is more generous than the school meal vouchers would have been anyway. So I think I stand by the decision that we made. I accept that there's some issues with who was communicated to and when, but we certainly did notify schools in May.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. That is very interesting information because, I have information that schools didn't know. So I'd be interested to know, maybe we could sort of take that discussion. Yeah. The other thing was that I would say, even if they were, it was clear to everybody they weren't publicising it. And I wonder whether they weren't publicising it. And the council was happy for them not to publicise it because they knew what problems it would cause during the summer. There would be an outrage. So if schools, okay, I accept what you're saying, schools were notified, but it's been very clear to all of us that they weren't publicising it amongst their parents because parents were first knew was at the end of term. The other issue about who knew internally, I think, is something that's probably not for now, but has clearly become an issue as well. I think, but not for now. But thank you very much for that, Phil.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Curry, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. It really covers a lot of issues that are really important. Some of my questions probably already been answered. It's a specific question around the council tax energy rebate. So just to sort of put it out there, in particular in reference to the deadline of those people who don't hold bank accounts. My issue is really around those really hard to reach people. And you've kind of covered that to a large extent, talking about the vouchers and what have you. But I'd like to know how successful it was. The report says those who the council did not hold bank accounts for were given a deadline of the 30th of June to provide them. Did you get enough people coming back by that deadline? Was that deadline suitable, or do you think how many people do you think have missed there and possibly still have missed and still owed £150 and haven't got it? There must be people out there, and what's being done to tackle that? To a certain extent, I think you're on that case, so it'd be nice to hear a little bit more about that. Also, the same really applies in relation to the Household Support Fund, and it would be, it mentions that energy, food and water are on the list of people. I mean, when you hear a list like that, it's quite frightening, actually. if people can't find energy, food and water, what are we doing? And I'll probably add rent into into that list of things as well. But how are you reaching those really hard to reach people at the bottom end who don't have a bank account, who work with cash only and stuff like that? It'd be nice to hear something about that. I've got a wider question as well, Chair, if I may. It's probably for Phil to answer, and that's in relation to the energy issues for small businesses. Hearing the stories now about the scale of some of the small businesses not being able to open their premises because they can't afford the energy bills. I'm thinking particularly, I've heard a story just recently about nurseries not being able to, and therefore not being able to take the children from the lowest income families often as well. And so there's a whole complex issue around there, and I'd be interested to know what we know about how they're going to be helped going forward into the winter, if we have any information on that. Obviously the restart grants are finished now, so that's all done with, but this crisis coming up may even be more severe than the COVID one for small businesses. So it'd be interesting to hear any views on how that impacts, because it has a direct relation to the families as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Who would like to respond? Gemma.
So if I take your point first about the energy support payments, so as we hold the data, so we know who's in bands A to D, we are able to target those people. So we paid the energy rebate to 81,913 people. That went directly into their bank account. Anyone that didn't provide their bank details by that deadline have had their council tax account automatically credited with the money. So that money has been allocated to them. If they then require that money, we will refund it from their council tax account. So everyone who is entitled to it will get it. And we will make sure that it's gone onto their council tax account, and if they need it, they can ask for it and we will refund it. If they can't refund it, if we can't refund it, if they don't have a bank account, we can give them a cheque payment. So that's for the energy support payment. We also have the discretionary scheme that we've just launched.
Yeah, so in response to the question about small businesses, I think there's some kind of mood music out there that suggests that there will be additional funding, but we've got no clarity what that looks like at the moment. All I will say is that we've got a balance of the CARF funding, that was the relief funding for businesses of £600,000, and we've decided to get that money out the door to increase the grants that or a further grant. The first tranche of grant that we issue was about 60% of their rates liability for small businesses. We think that 600,000 will fund about another 6 or 7%. So we're going to roll that out. So in the interim, there's a little bit more money coming small businesses' way.
Councillor O'Para, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Gemma, for the report. It's good to see that, obviously, this report covers quite a lot, especially the support for families. There's a group of people that I would like to ask about, and that's our young people, young care leavers. One of the things that I do, obviously, working with young people, and the saddest I've experienced was a care leaver who, because of sanctions, often would miss universal credit payment, and so she will go around stealing food. You know, we are in a crisis period. Cost of living is obviously pretty challenging for most families, some of whom you're supporting here. I just want to know, or I want you, if you could, to paint a picture of what is going on with our care leavers, those who are managing their finances on their own, one way or the other. You know, are they coming forward for support? Have you seen an increase in the number of those? By the way, young people, some of them will not anyway, no matter how difficult it gets. come for support. Are you finding that more of them are coming forward for support now? And, you know, what wraparound services or extra wraparound services do we have to support these young ones? And, you know, do we even know how the cost of living is affecting this group of people right now? And what are we doing really to support them? Thank you.
Care leavers are supported really in the children's service. We help them insofar as the personal assistants can come to us and ask for advice. They've had money from the Household Support Fund previously. And in respect of council tax, we've done the discretionary relief, so we are helping care leavers with their council tax, so they're virtually exempt from paying council tax. So those are the things that we've done. In terms of the cost of living for care leavers, we haven't seen anything. We're not necessarily collecting that data when we don't collect that data when we're looking at Household Support Fund. So I would say it's probably a question for Children's Services and for the Leaving Care team to take forward, really, to get to give you a comprehensive answer. All I can say is that from my point of view, we have a good link with the team. We help them out. You know, we would help them with Household Support Fund, discretionary housing payments, council tax. We support them, but I think for the in-depth answer that you need, I think that needs to go to Children's Services and the Leaving Care team.
Sorry, can I add on DWP's perspective? Just recently, we were really pleased to announce that we are working with the Elaine Centre in Strood, where care leavers are supported by the care leaving team. And we will be working out of the site to focus on those care leavers we have in Medway. And that is also working in partnership with Medway Council on a Be Yourself programme that was part funded by DWP and part funded by Medway Adult Education, and it's the grant funded programme is excelling in the terms of how many people were referred onto the programme, and we are still putting people through the programme, and it's supporting our young people of the ages of 18 to 24, and some of those are care leavers, those people that were considered socially inactive, and we're supporting them not only through the pandemic and still now in helping them get into apprenticeships, training and education, and as I say, it's an absolute success and something that we're looking to continue in the future.
Okay. Colleagues, thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Van Dyke.
Sorry, yeah. I'd like to... Yeah, sure. I'd like to ask if Ukrainian refugees in support of universal credit will have access to these additional payments as well, if they're living with host families.
So we have worked with the Household Support Fund, for example. We have worked with Mark and Mark's team, because Mark's heading up the Ukraine project, to provide help through the Household Support Fund with that. It is open to people who are, well, people from the Ukraine do have recourse to public funds, but it is open to people that don't as well. But yes, we have supported the scheme with that, and I've acted on within Mark's meetings as the benefits lead, and Becky has attended them as well. So we've worked together to make sure that the Ukrainians that have come over have been fully supported.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, colleagues. I'll come to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And just before I move the report, I just want to comment that it was great to listen and learn from you about all these targeted support that came through from central government, and so well ministered by colleagues here. Thank you for what you do. Chair, I move the recommendation on page 25, 14.1, that the committee has noted the work reference in the report, and it is assured that the member task group recommendations are embedded in the Council's policies, practice, and contracts and those of its partners.
Sorry, Chair, can we just make sure that my request for statistics about disability are added to the recommendations? So
Yes,
we get them?
I mean, the request for information. Gemma, are you able to... Do we need to put that in a recommendation, or are you happy to undertake that will be provided?
I'm happy to undertake that, and I'll come. I can go directly to Councillor Murray.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and can we add the thanks as Councillor Maple suggested as well?
As suggested, Chair. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Councillor Etheridge, thank you. Those in favour, please. Thank you so very much indeed for coming this evening. Really appreciate that. Becky, Steve and Gemma as well, and for your report, Gemma. And we will let you depart. But thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, colleagues, as we move on to reports at items 6, 7 and 8, we have two officers joining us this evening who members may not be familiar with. We have Dave Reynolds and also Andy McNally Johnson, and I'm going to invite them both, first of all, just to say a few words about their relatively new roles as team heads. Dave, would you like to go first, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Is that okay? Yes. So hi. So, a bit closer, of course. Yeah, get used to this. So hi. I'm Dave Reynolds. I'm now the head of revenue accounts. So reporting to Katie Durkin, who's the kind of chief finance officer. Previously, I was the finance business partner for adult social care. So I've been around for quite a number of years. But now my new role is now kind of Katie's old role, split into two in some ways. So we've kind of needed more focus on the capital and corporate accounts as well as the revenue accounts. So I'm responsible for the revenue accounts. That's coordinating the setting of the revenue budget, monitoring throughout the year, and kind of obviously closing the revenue accounts at year end.
Thank you very much, Dave. Andy, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Andy McNally Johnson. I'm head of corporate accounts. Like Dave, I also report directly to Katie Durkin, Chief Finance Officer. Dave's already alluded to the posts that we have, carry out the posts mainly that Katie used to do. What I would say with the team that I have, we've got a much stronger view on, we've got a much stronger sense of direction with capital with this team. So I've got a specific team that will be looking at the administration of our whole capital programme. Because it's such a large capital programme, we'll speak about that as part of round one monitoring. Overseeing some other things that came under other parts of Phil's team previously. So also my team will also look after the insurance, risk and insurance team within Phil's area, and also look after the systems team that looks after the council's finance system.
Thank you, Andy. Thanks to both of you. So we'll come to your individual items now. Item 6 is Dave's first item. Would you like to introduce that, Dave? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So this is the first time that the outturn report has come to ONS after being presented to Cabinet. It follows the format of the budget monitoring reports that you'll be familiar with, but sets out the actual position at year end instead. The report presents actual income and expenditure in the familiar format of the management accounts, although the detailed statement of accounts are actually a matter for the Audit Committee. I will present the report and answer any questions on the revenue elements of the report, but I'll hand over to Andy for any questions on the capital elements. So the 21-22 budget that was set in February 2021 required the use of 4.005 million from general reserves to balance the projected cost of services for the year. The final outturn position for 21-22 actually delivered significant underspends across regeneration, culture and environment, and in business support and centralised services, which collectively offset the pressures arising in children and adults and resulted in an underspend on the cost of services of 13.177 million. There was a funding pressure of 5.261 million on COVID-19 income, but because of the scale of the underspend on services, we did not need to draw down the reserves that we had budgeted to, taking us to an overall outturn position of an underspend of 3.911 million. That underspend, along with the fact that we did not use the planned 4.005 million, meant that the Council's general reserves were 7.916 million higher than projected as at 31st of March 2022. Members are reminded that the 2022-23 budget was also set including the planned use of 4.853 million of general reserves to fund the cost of general services, meaning there is actually an inherent pressure in the budget for 23-24. The report also serves as the annual debt write-off report as required in the Constitution, and therefore contains information around irrecoverable debt that has been written off in 2021 at Section 8, and as well as the debt that requires off in 22-23 at Section 9. In terms of capital, the report sets out that collectively the schemes in the capital programme are overspent by £133,000, with this overspend being resolved through the Round 1 monitoring report elsewhere on the agenda. The report also sets out a series of additions to the capital programme that have been made under delegation. So happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dave. We have a couple of questions at least. Councillor Etheridge, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and once again, thank you for your report. Mine's a very simple and easy question for you, and only one within this part of the report. On page 35, under Finance and Business Improvement, we have the title of Rural Liaison Grants. Can you tell me how many applications have been made from the Parish Council towards that grant, how many have been approved, and how much is outstanding, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll probably have to use my kind of new news to the post as an excuse to pass over to Phil on this one, I'm afraid.
Okay, so thank you for that question. As far as I'm aware, we've only had one application, which has come in very, very recently, and is with the leader for deliberation.
Can you tell me from which parish council that was from, please?
I think so, yeah, Finsbury Extra.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Phil. Councillor Murray, please, next.
Cryptic. Right, well, first of all, Dave, we'll miss you in adult social care. I've appreciated your contributions to meetings in what is a very difficult area, and as we can see in Section 3, I'm afraid continues to be. I see you've adopted in your new role the use of the word underspend to mean cut. So all of the underspends and all the things that haven't been done in the other directorates have had a positive impact, but we're still, I'm sure Councillor Johnson will have something to say about children's services, still in a position where there simply isn't enough money in social care to meet demand. And the reduction in staffing costs actually is costing money. There's now a much higher number of agency social workers, there's loads of vacancies, there are reviews not being carried out because of that, and massive demands on the directorate from the hospital to get people out and help them. Now, I think, in my view, the ICP should be taking a view on this and actually should be doing what it says on the ICP tin, actually putting their hands in their pocket and sharing budgets to help the council a bit. But, you know, recognising all of the hard work that people have done in the context of massively rising demand and a lot of staffing difficulties, what is your view of the direction of travel for adult social care, please?
Yeah, thank you. Don't worry, I'm not going to be abandoning adult social care by any means, because it's something that's obviously quite dear to my kind of heart over the years as well. It's a very difficult market at the moment, and the whole situation in adult social care is a difficult one, isn't it? But demand is not going away. Demand is always going to be increasing. That demand is more complex, and it's in a market which has been disrupted somewhat through the COVID period as well, and that has had an impact on the provider market. So there are challenges around that, and I think what we would acknowledge is that we work with Jackie's team quite closely to kind of identify where we can deliver services which meet people's needs at a more kind of more cost-effective ways, and that isn't always kind of possible. But that is really the driver which kind of enables us to kind of meet the increase in demographic growth and complexity, is by kind of the continual review of placements and making sure that people are in the right place at the right time, and that might need investment in certain services. So as you're probably aware, there's quite a big agenda at the moment around adult social care reform, which is coming up to be implemented from October next year. Now, that gives us in some ways an opportunity to reassess the market and will come with some central government funding, albeit I think every local authority in the country probably thinks it won't be enough funding to actually cover the magnitude of the increase. And so obviously we're continually to kind of work with kind of the providers to kind of to manage the market as best we can and understand the market. Does that give some reassurance, or is there some?
Well, look, I think being pragmatic, Dave, I know that people are working hard and I know they're trying their best, and that when they achieve a reduction in one area, a bubble will come up in another area, and that's just the way it is. That is partly because of the market. The cap is forecast to cost 276 million to councils in the South East, and the amount of money coming from government is forecast to be about a third of that. So I'm not wildly optimistic that that's going to help, and the cap will need managing. We know they'll need more social workers, special financial assessment staff. That's almost separate from anything that's on here. What I would like to know from you is what I said about the ICP. You know, in your view, is it going to be a kind of money where their mouth is situation, or is it going to be another sort of talking shop where everyone, you know, recognises the pressures that social care is under, but actually, even though the NHS is relying on social care to reduce their demand in hospitals, actually that money just isn't going to be forthcoming in any real terms, is what I think is happening. But I'm interested to know what you think.
Yeah, and the relationship with the ICB and the ICB is always evolving, isn't it? You know, it continues to kind of. There are obviously conversations ongoing, and I think both parties want to work in a way which kind of enables us to kind of reduce the demand on kind of hospitals, but doesn't increase the kind of the cost to the local authority. And actually, there are some things that we can do in terms of what the local authority, the services that the local authority provide, and focusing where we spend our money, which can maybe reverse some of the things that we've seen. So recently, we've seen probably more people going into residential care than we would like, and that may be as a direct result of the fact that there isn't the capacity in the home care market currently to kind of to deal with that. So I think there is something about kind of redirecting maybe where we invest some of our money in terms of some of those services, and that way maybe where we said talk about the opportunity that the reform does, because the reforms is made up of two parts. There's a fair cost of care element to it, as well as the kind of the charging element, and I think the fair cost of care element does afford an opportunity. I'm not saying it's the solution, because I think like you that it's going to be a very challenging kind of period. But I think there are things that we can do as working with the service and kind of working with the markets to kind of meet people's needs and actually deliver better outcomes for them as a result by working with them with providers and focusing on the sectors which we think have the greatest benefit. And that may be kind of investment in, I know you've probably heard it all before, but things like telecare and kind of community equipment as well.
Okay, thank you. I mean, what you know, for you, Phil, what can't happen is to come to this directorate for any more savings. I don't think that is going to be possible. And that's all there is to it. You know, Alan Jarrett is all over the media today saying he's got a £12 million gap. He's not going to be able to plug that by coming to adult social care without seriously impacting on the delivery of statutory services.
The reality of it is we are going to have to go back to all of our service and look for savings somewhere along the line. I think what Dave has articulated is that we have got more people than we would hope going into residential, and I think that there is an issue around capacity in the provider market, especially for home care, and we need to work on that. I want to go back to the question as well that you asked about the ICP. When you talk about the ICP, are you referring to the Medway and Swale partnership rather than... It's just there's been some changes of terminology recently, haven't there?
I'm referring to both. I'm referring to the board and the Medway and Swale partnership. The fact is that you know, the idea of having it at all instead of the CCG is to work together in partnership and actually pool money where it's needed. So, you know, what you've just said is a very good example of that. The domiciliary care market is in a state of attrition. You've got people leaving all the time, particularly since the cost of fuel has gone up because their wages just don't cover travelling from one client to another. So anyone that can leave is going, leaving care agencies unable to produce packages for people being discharged quickly, and they're being sent to residential homes. That's what's happening. And I don't see any movement from the Medway and Swale partnership or the board itself to say, well, if the NHS want this to happen, then the investment's got to go into domiciliary care. I don't see that happening.
So that's what I was driving at. I think the difficulty we've got is that rather than the days when we had a coterminous Medway PCT, we're not in a place where we've got a PCT that has its own resources that are Medway focused. The ICB at a Kent and Medway level holds the purse strings for the whole lot. And, you know, obviously there is an issue that Kent has probably a louder voice than Medway does in that context. Yeah. But I can say that we are working closely with our Medway and Swale colleagues on the agendas that you've just outlined there. And I think the one opportunity we do have in terms of the funding side of the equation is the Better Care Fund that we've got for Medway. There's funding there that is ring-fenced to Medway, and we're in discussions at the moment about how we perhaps use that differently, and you know, to address the issue we got with the provider market.
Councillor Maple, please.
Thank you very much indeed, and welcome to the Business Support Committee. We look forward to seeing you both here lots and lots. Politicians quite wrongly often talk and compare, whether it's council budgets, the national budget or anything else, to household income and how we all manage our own individual affairs. I think that's normally a pretty nonsense analogy. But having said that, I'm now going to use it. Because actually, if you were in a situation where every month you go, actually, I need to use my savings to buy the weekly shop, and then actually you make some savings, but you've then got to put them in, and then for next week you've got to start using the savings again. A financial advisor would go, that's not really a great way to run your household budget. That's what we've been doing for some time, and we continue to do that, as we see here. We should stop doing that. That's not, the taxpayers of Medway would expect us to run our finances in a far more sensible approach, I would say. So I say that right off the bat, and I think professional colleagues will have a view on that, but I do think, you know, if people are looking on going, you had to use reserves to balance the book, you've had to use reserves to balance the book again this year, but a bit more reserves actually. And this year, of course, there is additional money in the system because of COVID grants. That won't be there, of course, in future years, looking at the outturn report. So I'd be interested in professional colleagues' views on that. The other thing, and it goes back to what Councillor Murray said so passionately and accurately as always, and this is around actually we need to recognise that both for adults and children's services, this isn't a Medway crisis, this is a national crisis. And I'm sure ADAS and ACAD have lobbied as the two kind of national bodies for professionals in those sectors, children's leaders and adults leaders. But actually, I'd be interested to know whether finance leaders have said from a financial perspective, let alone the service delivery, the funding that we're getting here just simply isn't working, in part because of some of the points I know, Phil, you've raised both tonight and in the past around, in both adults and children's from a different perspective, the system, the market, if you will, perhaps just being at a point where it's difficult to be financially prudent, actually, because the system is just there. We want to do some things which will help spend to save, which we have always advocated for many, many years. You know, where's the Cornwallis School? You know, that would be saving us some money. You know, if it hadn't ever been given to MDC, perhaps we would have been further down that line. But that's a conversation for another day. I think my wider point is this. It's right that professionals, and of course politicians through the LGA will be lobbying, and we do that through our conversations with colleagues, often on a cross-party basis. But I just want to get a sense of feeling as to, in the finance world, is that conversation happening? And if it is, what does that look like? And importantly, what responses are we getting from all of the relevant people in that, whether that's you know, the Department of Health, because often it's around the relationship between health and social care, of course, DLUC or whatever it's called this week, and Treasury, because they're the ones with the purse strings. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil, please.
Thank you, Chair. So basically the two broad questions there are around use of reserves. I just don't disagree with you. Of course, I'm trying to set budgets that make no recourse to reserves. Now, in fairness, last year, and that's what this outturn report demonstrates, although we budgeted to use reserves, we didn't in the end. And I think, you know, the fundamental reason for that is we made some assumptions about loss of income on the back of COVID, and therefore that some of that would be funded from the grant that we claim. That just didn't happen. Our income recovered in RCE much more robustly than we ever expected, and that was a bit of a get out of jail for us, actually. So we didn't end up calling on reserves last year. Yet this year we've had to set a budget again that has assumed we're going to use reserves. I don't want to be in that place going forward, and we are, you know, the management team now has started its working on proposals to close the gap, which I appreciate isn't in the public domain yet. We haven't articulated that. We're still doing that work, and that will come as part of the financial outlook in September. In terms of the lobbying, absolutely that lobbying is taking place in the sector. I've said to you before, and I've said to this forum a number of times, I attend forums with Kent Chief Officers, Kent Chief Finance Officers, with the Society of Unitary Treasurers. More and more we're seeing senior civil servants from DLUC coming and joining those meetings and talking to us about the problems. Mainly been about adults over recent years, but more and more we're seeing the pressures on children's services coming to the fore. And actually the last time the social care grant, the additional social care grant was announced, that was actually kind of almost rebranded from just being adult social care to cover children's social care as well. There is nothing out there at the moment about what the settlement for next year is going to look like. All that gives me some hope, I guess, is that both Prime Ministerial candidates have made references to the need to invest in social care, and indeed have referenced the need to divert funds from NHS to social care. That's where the solution to some of the issues in the NHS, and I firmly believe that, I've said this in this forum before, that the solutions to the pressure in the NHS actually lies in social care and getting that right. So that gives us some hope, I hope, but until the government are in a position to make some announcements, we've had to make assumptions that it's flat cash budget for next year.
Thank you, Phil. Councillor Etheridge, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And leading on from the conversation that Councillor Murray started regarding the ICP, I'm aware, following a meeting I recently had regarding 106 funding, that there is still quite a substantial amount being held that's been allocated to the ICP and Medway and Swell. And I was informed quite categorically, even when it was the CCG, we had massive issues trying to get them to accept those funds and do something with them. I'm certainly aware that Councillor Galvin is looking at using some of those funds for his new venture within the Pentagon area. Can we not also look at what we could use the rest of those funds for in terms of adult and children's social care?
I think the funds that you're referring to through Section 106 are specifically for health, and therefore it is for the NHS to determine how to use those Section 106 contributions. I mean, we have found a very good use for them to deliver the healthy living centre that's proposed on the first floor of the Pentagon, and the sort of sums that we're talking about would close the gap that we need to close between what the NHS have made available and the escalating cost of the project.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, officers, for the report. Much of what's been said needn't be said again in response to what I'm about to say, because we've had this discussion in terms, I think, on a number of occasions. But I would, associate the children's issues with those as described by Councillor Murray. Very similar circumstances. I'd just add a couple of things to it, I think. The children's budget has had a lot of investment because of the improvement journey, absolutely, but it's still clearly underfunded. Like adult social care, children's social care is demand-led. You can't manage the demand; you have to respond to the demand. You might be able to, once the demand has arisen, manage that in various ways, and the Directorate are doing a good job on that, I think, in terms of steering young people away from the higher levels of need and the most expensive levels of need. I'd say the issue of the dysfunctional market in adult social care applies to the children's social care market, but I think for slightly different reasons. That market is unregulated, effectively. It's a rampant market where the producers, the suppliers can just effectively charge what they like, and we are at their mercy. And there may be things that we can do locally in the medium to longer term to regulate that. I mean, I'm thinking about in a different context, the SEND Green Paper talks about regional partnerships for SEND delivery. I just wonder whether that might be a mechanism for expensive SEND places to be, in some way, for there to be a market buffer. But something needs to be done either at a national level or a local level to rein in those expensive placings. Nationally, it's a national problem, as we've said. I think local authorities overall are £2 billion overspent on their children's social care budget, and that's not going to get any better soon. And just Phil's point about needing to find savings wherever he can. I mean, yes, children's services have had a lot of investment, and absolutely we support that. but you know, you will recognise, we will all recognise what a crucial point we are in that improvement journey. We are now looking towards the end of that journey. At some point next year will be the final ILATS inspection. The support for children's services and their improvement is crucial if we're going to get through that ILATS inspection. The consequences of not coming out of intervention will be catastrophic for Medway, as we would all recognise. And just finally, I think Councillor Maple's point about you know, the networks and the assets that we have, one asset that's not been mentioned is our local MPs, and I think we ought to be holding them much more to account. They have national links. We ought to be holding them much more to account on the work that they're doing for understanding the pressure that Medway's residents are under, Medway's communities are under, and what they can do to put pressure on to alleviate those issues. I asked the question of Councillor Isles about using the MPs for the workforce issues. So, you know, national workforce issues that have a local impact in terms of supply of social workers. And I'm not, whilst the answer was full and honest, I'm not sure that there was quite the engagement with that national level of political representation, which I would have liked, and I think which we, whatever the complexion was of the MPs, if we were in power, we would be using them much more fully. Thanks.
So I mean, I absolutely agree with you, and colleagues will have heard me making the same comments as yourself around an out-of-control children's provider market. I think we recognise that the solution to this is to have fewer children needing that kind of intensive care downstream, because we've not dealt with the issues upstream when they're younger. You know, I think that those expensive placements that we're talking about are young people that are in their teenage years and have very challenging behaviours. The challenge for us as part of our improvement journey is not to let them get to that stage in the first place. What I will say is, you know, in the past, maybe this council's fallen into the trap of making expedient cuts to service to balance a budget pressure. So holding vacancies, not filling important posts, that sort of thing. And certainly in children and adult services, we're trying to resist doing that, because we know that the longer term solution is to keep the lights on and keep working in those areas, which means that the rest of the organisation is finding that it's having to kind of make the savings to do that. But I absolutely agree with what you said there. In terms of local MPs, it's probably not one for officers to respond to, actually.
Thank you. Councillor Curry, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. I've got a couple of issues. I'm just reflecting, just briefly, my father worked in young people's care, and back in the 60s and 70s, and he's departed long since, but back then they were saying if only we could get them younger, we wouldn't have the problems we have now, and that was, you know, a generation ago, so things don't change a great deal. And then also in terms of the issue around finding staffing, we heard just from last night from Mr. Harris that he's 8 planning officers down and doesn't know how to recruit them because they're not out there at the moment. So there are issues right across the board in relation to all those things. I've got three points I'd like to raise, if I may. One, and it's more about sort of some clarity, really, for my own sake. On page 30, the report refers to the education side of things, and the description of the table there talks about the outturn reflects a transfer of £6 million overspend, taking the total cumulative deficit across all 4 blocks to 22 million as of the 31st of March. This deficit will be managed through the Council's deficit recovery plan over the medium term. I'm not really sure I understand what that means, so I'd be grateful for sort of an explanation of what impact that has on budgets and such like. So that's my first question. The second question I've got is on page 34 in relation to the housing revenue account. It describes the fact there's an underspend there of 239,000, And I was just wondering what's going to happen to that, because I'm quite sure that we know that the impact on the building trade generally, the costs have gone through the roof, and although there is money, is that money going to remain within the housing revenue account because it's going to be needed there, and is that sort of secure? And also a little bit about the delayed start to the phase 4 new build programme. It'd be interesting to know a bit more about that, but it's about that retaining that money, because that is, as the costs have spiralled in that side of things. And then my third point, if I may, Chair, is on page 36 of the report, and that's in relation to the centralised costs. At the bottom of the explanatory part of the table there, it says, Medway North's profit share reflects an overexcitement of income. I've no idea what that actually means. I'd like to know. But my concern is really about the fact that overexcitement of savings in the joint venture resulted in higher than budgeted rebate to the council. If Norths are making excessive, exciting profits, I mean, around the table, we've all got a few issues with what they're delivering, and I'm just wondering what's the story behind that, if I may, Chair. Thank you.
So the first one, you referenced the DSG deficit, the accumulated deficit. That deficit has been accumulating over a number of years on the back of the SEND reforms in 2014, where the sort of participation age, if you like, for SEND children and young people was extended to 25. That's the fundamental reason for that. You'll be aware that the government has put more money into the high needs block, but it's not enough. The DFE agreed a statutory override so that there wasn't an expectation that that DSG deficit was written off against general fund reserves. That statutory override comes to an end at the end of this year, so we're hoping that will get extended. But in terms of how we're addressing that deficit and our deficit recovery plan, because of the size of Medway's deficit, it's one of the higher of the upper tier authorities, and we've been selected for the safety valve programme with the DFE, and on the back of us agreeing a robust deficit recovery plan, that'll involve creating more local provision, so there'll be some capital investment required there. It's about encouraging increased inclusion in our mainstream schools, because we've historically had a low level of inclusion in terms of children with SEN going to mainstream education. It's about looking at our top-up rates. There's a whole raft of things in this programme. By agreeing to implement that, deliver certain milestones, the DFE have then committed to, well, they haven't done yet, we're in the middle of those negotiations, committing to largely writing off that deficit for us. That's what safety valve is about, but it's obviously the plan has got to be very robust, it's got to be delivered, it will be monitored throughout that period, and if we don't deliver, then there's a danger that the money gets pulled. But within a month or so, we will know the answer to that question. So hopefully we've got a solution to that deficit. But I mean, it is a national issue. All the upper tier authorities have got these deficits to a greater or lesser extent.
to sort out who that comes from. But I think from this committee, year after year, we are having the same conversation with very little change. And actually, officers are working as hard as possible to try and make that happen. But if the money's not coming here, frankly, it is almost impossible. So, again, happy to take offline the finer detail, particularly the signatory.
Yeah. I think that will be...
I think I've been censored. No, not really.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully
so,
people will pick that up. Thank
subject to that, let me come to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Move the recommendation on page 27, page 42 of the report 15.1 that the committee has noted the 2021-2022 revenue and capital outturn position, and that the committee recommends that a letter is sent to our 3 MPs as an upper-tier authority, raising our concerns regarding the ongoing financial pressures facing children and adult social services.
Councillor Etheridge, those in favour, please.
I just wanted to possibly add to that, that, excuse me, that we could, in that letter, include that the ICB pay their fair share. Not in those words, but...
Okay, I think we'll resolve the detail. Mr. Platt's made a note of that for when drafting is looked at. Okay, but thank you for that. Okay, colleagues, coming back, we do need a formal vote on that. Can I see those in favour, please? Those in favour? Okay, that is everyone, I think. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Dave, on that one. We head to capital now. So this is Andy in relation to item 7. Andy, anything you want to say at all by way of an intro on this?
Yeah, if I could please, Chair. Thank you. So this is round 1 monitoring, which has been to Cabinet and it's on to here now. Members may notice that it's in a new format compared to those reports that of how capital would have been brought before. The reason we've done that is because we felt like we needed to give more detail, more information on the performance of schemes. So although there's always been a level of detail with regards to how financially they're performing, the large capital programme we've got with very important schemes, we felt we needed to provide that information to members so that they can be aware of exactly what is going on with all the schemes. So what we're hoping is that the additional information will enable the members who are in charge of governance to evaluate everything from quarter to quarter as we go through. It will also allow us to keep more of a tab on some of the things that may impact on revenue, so revenue budgets, so with regards to the borrowing levels that we have and how that may impact for future revenue budgets. So to go through very quickly, I'm not going to go through individual schemes, but each...
Andy, sorry, can I just get someone to switch that microphone off, please? Thank you, Councillor Williams. Sorry, Andy, do carry on.
No, that's fine. So what we've done is, apart from the top of the report, which deals as a whole, we go service by service and go through an overall financial view of each service and then the detail between for each scheme, and we end each section looking at how those schemes are funded, so to give an idea to members how it all goes through. I'd just like to draw attention, obviously recently there's been some additions to the capital programme. Council on the 21st of July added 3 large schemes to the budget. They are not included in round 1 monitoring per se, i.e. we round one monitoring was basically finished by the time that they were added. So they'll be added for round two. But also as part of Cabinet have also recommended to Council a further addition to go through as part of this round of monitoring to Lordswood Community Hub, and that's detailed in the report. And there are one or two small changes with additions to cover overspends off in children and adults, and within regeneration, community and environment, there's also some environments that Cabinet have approved as well to just cover off some over and underspends. And I'll happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Andy. Can I say from the chair that I really like the new format. I think it's really good and really helpful. Individual members will have their own views on that, of course. Councillor Etheridge, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your report. I've got a number of questions here, but I'll only ask 3 or 4 to start off with and reserve the right to come back. Starting on page 50 of your report of children's social care, where the purpose of the scheme is described, especially the Children's Assessment Unit. Are we referring here to Eden House and Five Rivers when it says it's now being suspended?
I'll be honest with you. Sorry, yes. The answer's yes. Phil's nodding. So yes.
So I understand that at least 2 children, if not more, have been moved to another facility. Do you know where they've actually been moved to? Okay. I'm sure people from Children's Services will pick that up. Can we now move on to page 53 on the CCTV budget? Now, I read very carefully the original business plan for the original part of the CCTV, and also that was transferred into Kindy. Now, to the best of my recollection, Kindy themselves are supposed to provide the funds to repair and replace CCTV cameras. So I'm quite surprised to see this budget of 117,000 there. Can you give an explanation on that?
It is for Kindy to maintain the cameras, but replacement has always sat with the council. The asset remains with the council.
Okay, thank you for that. Going on to page 54 under Housing Infrastructure Fund, it was identified within my own scrutiny committee that the initial funding for the consultation and surveys was something like just over 6 million, and we were told that over 10 million has already been spent. So we were also informed the additional 4 million was going back to the individual budgets for highways, rail, etc. Can you tell me the funding that we see here, does that include the 4 million that has been spent already, or is that still to come off?
I think we'd have to come back on that one. I must admit, I'd need to speak to the accountant that deals with Housing Infrastructure Fund to find out the answer to that.
Yep, that's fine, Andy.
Thank you. I'll make this the last one, then I'll give way to somebody else. This is on page 57, where we're looking at regeneration of green spaces. And I'm looking through the amazing list that we've got there. And although I fully appreciate it says the funds of the schemes are funded by way of Section 106, except certain areas. But a total of £855,000 is being spent in Medway, with the exception of Rochester, Strood, Peninsula, Wainscott, Cliffwoods, and other areas. A total of £19,000 is actually being spent in the part of the river which I just referred to. And the Northcote Recreation Ground budget for access and project is for a set of benches. That's not really what the kids want to play on, is benches. So I'd consider that the regeneration of green spaces is being heavily weighted to specific areas, and I'd just like to know why.
I would say that's a question for the service to answer in terms of the prioritisation of that funding.
As I said, Chairman, I've got a few more, but I'll give way to somebody else now.
Good. But it's probably better if you put your other points now. Yeah.
In the Strood Riverside Phase 1 and 2 on page 60, it talks about additional funding was approved at full council and for the additional works required. Budget is managed through the Strood Riverside Board. Now, I have no idea what the Strood Riverside Board is, never seen any minutes from it, and would really like to know exactly who sits on that board, what's it comprised of, and where are the minutes from that. Thank you. And I'll end there, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, I can answer that last one. It is, I believe, a designated cabinet advisory group. So is that right, Steve? No,
Just speaking, whispering into Councillor Curry's ear. I think that's been replaced by the Towns Board, the Town Centres Board. So I think there was a number which included Chatham Town Centre, the Rochester Riverside, which have all been, again, I'm happy to be told I'm wrong on that, but I think a number of them have been, at this year's annual council, were merged into one. The Town Centre Board minutes should be readily available, as far as I'm concerned.
Doesn't exist in this area, unfortunately.
Okay, can someone please follow up on that and give an answer? Phil, you happy to take that?
Yeah, like I say, I think we did have a range of cabinet advisory groups for the vast number of regen schemes, but I think it got unwieldy into so I think Councillor Maple's right. Some were merged together, but they do have the status of cabinet advisory boards.
Okay, well, we'll await full confirmation on that point. I think Councillor Maple, did you? Yeah.
Yeah, just a couple of bits really. One is I wholeheartedly endorse your initial comments. These reports are excellent. The format is excellent, not least to see where the money is coming from, or indeed not coming from. I'm sure the people of Rainham will be happy about the additional £155 that's being spent at the school. That's a good thing. I wanted to ask a more broad question, and I've asked this in other places, but this is very specific around council policy for capital programmes. So we are, as we've already mentioned once tonight, we're in a situation where the cost of living crisis is huge, the impact on businesses is huge, and the impact on doing things, the cost of doing things, building things, improving things, has gone up dramatically. What I'm trying to get a general sense of, because I know historically the leader of the council has been not a huge fan of contingency funding. That's not one of his things. He likes a bit of hypothecation, but doesn't like contingency. I have a different view probably on both a little bit. So I just want to get a general feeling as to where we are. And it might be difficult to give a kind of broad brush, we have 5% contingency or whatever it might be, but just to get an understanding, because actually for some of these schemes where it is kind of building something or doing something rather than a more kind of esoteric capital thing, actually those cost increase could mean that the project's not viable. And I guess my follow-up to that will be, are we at a situation where any conversations at least, and I don't need to have those necessarily named if officers don't feel that's possible tonight, but are we in a situation where the increasing costs of some of these projects could make them at least questionable, not necessarily unviable, but questionable? Thank you.
Phil?
Okay, how do I answer this one? I think that you're right that there is a significant risk to our capital programme. I've alluded to it in the past at these sort of meetings around the cost and availability of materials and labour and the impact on that. I think the last time we brought monitoring to this committee, the question was asked around to what extent is that risk reflected in the forecasts, and what action is being taken to mitigate it? And I think there was a concern that was, we talk about value engineering, there was a concern that we're not getting what we thought we were going to get when we set these schemes up. So I think that's all a valid challenge. That conversation, incidentally, is largely what precipitated the changes to the format of the capital monitoring. So I'm really pleased to hear that the committee's prefers the new format. That's really good. I think in some of our schemes, most of our schemes are regeneration schemes. We veered away from, or we've moved away from any kind of thought about, you know, these are being done for commercial gain and purely for commercial gain. We don't invest for commercial gain in this local authority. They're all regeneration schemes. You talked about contingency. We do include an element of, we refer to it as costed risk. So we identify the risks and we build in a provision for that. I would say that our costed risk is not at the level that Treasury Green Book might recommend, but I think personally that's excessive anyway. You know, when you're talking about 60% contingencies, that's a lot of money. It would make every scheme unviable if you tried to budget on that basis. And I think a lot of our schemes that are around a business case for building houses, for example, the MDC programme of works. Costs are going up, but so too are values. And in a lot, so we are looking at those business cases as we go with the company and evaluating whether the schemes still stack up. I think there is a piece of work that we need to do as part of our budget setting going forward to make sure that all the business cases do stack up. I mean, in addition to the inflationary risks that we're confronted with, interest rates are on the move as well. And that affects those schemes that are funded from borrowing. So, I mean, I think the challenge that you've posed is valid, and the officers responsible for those projects are re-evaluating the business case in those cases, and we'll have to recommend or advise the administration accordingly.
That's a very helpful, detailed answer. Thank you very much.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly add to that, there's also the point that's been discussed by us before as a committee, which is for the for some of the projects, the schools projects, the source of the funding is not necessarily clearly identified. It's developer contributions, or it's short-term borrowing, or it's prudential borrowing, depending on what arrives. I think, you know, we described our concern about the lack of certainty around that at the time, and I think, you know, feel that you acknowledged that, you know, that wasn't straightforward. But of course, in the current environment we're in, that's even more of a concern. There's even more pressure on that uncertainty and even higher risk as a consequence. The schools development, particularly the secondary development, am I right in thinking, and I may well not be right in thinking, that these are the sort of after echoes of the bulge classes, because we funded bulge classes in schools because of the delay to Leo Academy Uranium, and then sort of there were knock-ons because there weren't enough science rooms, there weren't enough canteen space, those sorts of things. So that's what we've got here, is the sort of after echo of that. There is, while I'm on that, just a similar point. I'm impressed by Robert Napier bulge budget £0. I don't know whether that means that there's going to be high quality accommodation at no cost, or we should be worried about the quality of the accommodation. I don't know which one that is. I think that might be, yeah, that's all I was going to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andy?
Yes, thank you. I think to answer the question with regards to the secondary schools, and the same with the primary schools, with these sort of things, children and adults do take annual reports looking at required school spaces, and the capital budgets are based on those future requirements. And obviously some of these are ongoing schemes, as they would be with capital, that have taken a while. And with regards to the Robert Napier, the reason we've put that in there is it doesn't have a budget in the current year, but it has an overhang from the works that were done, which means it requires a little extra money, which is part of the addition that will be going to Council in October.
That's very clear. Thank you, Andy. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on a point that Councillor Etheridge made earlier regarding there seemed to be a skew in the investment in green spaces. I am aware of the council has what they call a Ward Open Spaces Improvement Programme, which was revised in 2018. It's a sort of desktop study of all the open spaces and play areas in Medway. On a spreadsheet basically, and it's rag rated, so that those sites which are marked as red get the S106 funding first. As money comes available, I think that's how they're bringing the sites forward, which might explain why there's a skew in certain parts of Medway to others where money is being spent sooner than others, which are marked as green and in better conditions. It's worth pursuing that with the Green Spaces team and ask them if that's they were certainly operating that program a couple of years ago, so I imagine they still are. On the questions of this report, Chair, I've got a number of questions, so I'll start off with my first one. On page 53, there's a specific reference to the integrated transport budget of 1.135 million underspent on this budget to be allocated to the Medway City Estate Connectivity Project. So that's about £500,000+ going into another project. From my reading of it, I understand that it says here, which has already been confirmed by the DFT as part of a 3-year settlement. So the integrated transport programme is going over 3 years. 500,000, half the budget on that has been shelved off somewhere else to cover the costs of an inflated slip road that was causing major problems on the Medway City Estate, as we know. And I'd like to know now, in the integrated transport programme, what is not going to happen, or is that going to be funded some other way, or what because integrated transport is fundamentally important to our climate emergency and to sort of the future of Medway and how we travel around Medway over the years. And it's part of travelling around Medway is part of our plan, a council plan and stuff like that. So to have half that budget just go off and fix a slip road, I get the need for that, but what is now not happening on that? And that's my first question.
Okay, so the simple answer is it's essentially a reprioritisation, but I don't think I'm qualified to explain the rationale behind that, and it's really a question for the service. So we can take that away for you and ask that question of the service and come back, yeah? Yeah, so what's had to give to... Yeah,
that's it.
Absolutely that.
Chair. That's my first question. The next one, moving on to HIF, which is on page 54. I have to confess, like you, I'm quite impressed by this new format of looking. It makes it much easier to follow. This is the best description of HIF funding I've ever seen, which is very good. I've got a question, however, about risk on this one, and it's something that we've already raised at the Regen certainly committee. It was raised there. It'll probably come up at full council in a couple of weeks' time as well. The programme for delivery is by March 2025. At the moment, the planning applications are expected for road and rail early next year, I think February, March next year, hopefully at the moment, and that seems to be on track. Then there's an election, and then the actual applications have to come to planning committee and have to be slotted into a very busy planning programme. Once the approvals have been given, we then go out to tender for the contractors. I can't actually see the work on some of these road and rail projects starting till the end of next year and possibly into 2024, and the work has to be completed by March 2025. That means a risk, and I don't see that reflected in here in terms of how it says it is estimated at the bottom there that the schemes will be completed within the allocated funding. Well, that's fine, but it's the timescales, because there is a very tight timescale on this. So I've got concerns around how the delivery is going to happen on that. So. Thank you.
Again, we're merely reporting what the project managers within the service are telling us. In terms of the timescales, my understanding is slightly different in that the funding has to be out the door. We have to basically have expended the money, incurred the money by the March 25. I think the scheme has to be completed by December that same year. Is that right?
Andy?
I'd need to check that one again. Apologies. I don't want to give the wrong answer.
But obviously, yeah, you know, there is a risk to these very tight timescales.
Then moving on, just a couple of sort of more less complex questions, if you like. Page 55 refers to splashes, and the work is due to start in October. It says, I'm just asking a question, is that now the case? Will it start in October? Is things ready for that?
I don't believe so now, because the contract hasn't been let yet. So I believe there will be a delay, but that will come out in the round 2 monitoring, I suspect.
Andy, do you want to add to that at all?
Yeah, I think it's as Phil said. At the moment, we're at the point where we're looking at letting contracts. We're going through the procurement process, so that's as far as we got, and we'll bring it back in future quarters.
Thank you for your patience, Jay. I've got a couple more questions. Page 56 talks about the Future High Streets Fund, and in particular, Debenhams is mentioned, and I'd just like to say, and in the report it says, conversions on the ground floor use. I'd like to know whether or not the idea of a library in there is being included or not. That's something that we've already put forward and mentioned before. So that's a question on that. And then my final question, page 59, refers to Garrison Point. The Medway Development Company, the report says show flats are completed for launch and 17 views booked. I'd just like to know how is this going, and when can we expect to know how many of the flats have been sold and the take-up of them and stuff like that.
We do, but I don't know off the top of my head in terms of the Garrison Point one. But I think we feel quite positive about the interest that's been shown, the number of contracts that have been signed, the number of the other interest in those units. So I think it is pretty positive at the moment. If I can go back to but we can certainly answer that question to you outside of this meeting. Yeah. In terms of the Debenhams question, I don't think it's. I've certainly heard discussions where a library has been, or a community hub has been part of the discussion, but we haven't landed on a plan yet for that downstairs. All the broad agreement is that there will be commercial space downstairs or non-residential space on the ground floor. The library is one option, but I mean, certainly there's talk of a kind of cultural offering on that ground floor as well. So, but I don't think we're at a stage where I could say one way or the other there will or won't be a library there.
And I have one more question, and it's a more of a general question, and it might not be possible to answer it. We've seen over the last year. Pretty much at every full council, capital expenditure increasing. At the last full council, over £50 million of capital expenditure were brought forward. Now, I understand how that's repaid with receipts from capital returns and such like that. But at what point, prior to next May, do we stop committing ourselves to such massive funds in our capital programme? Because obviously the new authority, regardless of who comes out, there will be a new cabinet, a new leader, we know that, and they will have all this to deal with without having been involved in the decision making to go ahead with it or not. And I'm concerned that at the next full council, and I think there's probably another one after that, we'll get even more. And at what point is there a cut-off where that stops before election, or do we just have to suck it up, whoever takes over next May, and get on with it. And it's a difficult question, but I think it needs to be asked because it keeps happening, and I'm concerned about it. Thank you, Chair.
I'm not aware of any others in the pipeline at the moment. However, you know, each scheme is considered on its merits, and the business case is considered and taken through the governance process. Like I say, I'm not aware of any others at the moment, but I couldn't sit in and guarantee that someone won't bring forward another business case for more investment. The thing is, the government's making available a lot of grant funding at the moment, and a lot of that grant funding isn't 100% grant funding, it is match funding. So any schemes that are funded in that way will inevitably carry an element of borrowing associated as part of that business case. But like I say, I'm not aware of any others at the moment.
Okay, colleagues, before we go to recommendations, could I just check? 3 of us have remarked that we like the new format. Could I just see, is there a consensus of members liking? Okay, there we are, Andy. It's had a positive response. So thank you very much for the work put into bringing that about. Thank you very much. Colleagues, before I call on the Vice Chairman, can I ask you to take into account that although we have recommendations here, in fact, matters went to Cabinet. So technically, we slightly, for 14.2 and 14.3, as it were, need to reflect that those decisions were taken by Cabinet on the 23rd of August. So the wording of the recommendation very slightly is altered only to accept and take note that Cabinet have actually made those decisions. And of course, they hadn't at the time when the agenda was pulled together. So subject to those wording amendments only, nothing of substance, I'll come to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendation on pages 66 and 67, 14.1, and note that Cabinet have already agreed the matters in 14.2 and 14.3.
Is there a seconder, please? Councillor Etheridge, thank you. Colleagues, can we go to a vote on that, please? Those in favour? Thank you very much. That is unanimous. We have one more financial report item. We will then take a break, colleagues, but we come back to Dave's second item now. Dave, over to you.
Thanks. I'll be brief on this introduction. So this report sets out the forecast position for the 22-23 financial year based on the first round of revenue monitoring returns, which were submitted during June of this year. The current projection is an overspend of 12.566 million, with the greatest pressure in children and adults as a result of the continued pressure on placement costs in adult social care and children's social care, alongside pressures around SEN transport.
Thank you, Dave, very much indeed. Anyone want to comment? Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, and it's good to see a second report in this new excellent format already. There we go. 2 or 3 quick points, if I may. I want to raise, under the regeneration section, I want to try and understand what the £250,000 differential overspend under revenue, whatever it might be, with the Pentagon Centre is. I want to try and get an understanding of what that is. It's a bit vague in the report, so a bit more detail there would be helpful. It was never purchased to be a profit-making thing, we all know that, but actually, if it's got a budget requirement, it should be meeting it. In the legal section, as in legal department, not the legal part of the report, I note there an overspend of £500,000. Now, in this very room, we had a bit of a debate, as much as you can, in the budget meeting in February, around the stretching targets that were there for changes to the structures, not exclusively in the legal team, but, you know, that was a big part of the budget setting process. There's currently a £500,000 overspend, so and that's within this committee very specifically. So I'd like to understand, is that just that we're still in that journey and we're still spending a shed load on locums? Is it that we've done the changes but we're still overspending? Some more clarity on that as well. And then two final points. One is around, and this is of course in light of not only COVID but more recently the £150 and Councillor Curry made reference to the fact that obviously we're still giving some of that money out. I want to try and get a general sense of feeling as to when these schemes are given to us as a council, often with very little notice, the kind of funding that's given to councils for delivering that. So either you bring in additional resource, as we saw through parts of the pandemic, certainly getting out some of the business grants meant that people were moved around the council, or indeed people are just taken off of line from their existing job and therefore there are backlogs. As a broad brush, because this is sometimes not very clear in some of the documents that we look at, the payment for the staff time delivering those central government schemes, I'd be interested in that. And then finally, I note with interest, with the existing leisure centres that we have, there is a £250,000 pressure. I'd be interested to know from the Chief Finance Officer if there was another leisure centre, I don't know, for example, in Rainham, whether he thinks that it is likely in the current climate that £250,000 pressure is likely to be more. Bearing in mind, before it shut down, there was an annual £250,000 bung to make sure it washed its face. Other leisure centres are available. So I'd be interested to hear, perhaps more generally, the Chief Finance Officer's opinion on, of all the broad services that we as a unitary authority deliver, leisure centres, I think generally, I would say, are a difficult financial set of circumstances. They don't, in the same way that perhaps other council leisure facilities do, they don't perhaps bring in the same level of income, and they've got more challenge from the private sector than ever before. So we've obviously debated splashes a lot at full council, but from a finance perspective specifically, recognising we've already got a revenue pressure, and I suspect it will continue to be that case until the end of the financial year. Thank you.
Okay, Dave, over to you.
Yes, so some of them are fairly kind of straightforward answers. So the Pentagon, it is through an underachievement of income as units are empty up on the first floor while they're being redeveloped. In a nutshell, that's why that's pressure is around that one. The legal one, I think it's probably a combination of things. I think first thing to say is this is the first round of budget monitoring, and I think people are probably getting to grips with some of those kind of issues at the moment, and so we may see an improvement in that situation as we go through the year, but at the same time there are still pressures around legal services support, particularly in children's services cases, and we haven't been able to. I mean, workforce recruitment is a kind of a problem everywhere, isn't it? And that's present in legal as well, and so there is still a reliance on agency locums for kind of that kind of work. The question around the grant side of things, we do get additional kind of new burdens funded from time to time to kind of cover the admin burdens of some of those grants. But like you say, they do kind of tend to kind of offset the cost of times of people like myself, Mark, other people around the organisation who do extra things as well as their day job. So there is a pressure there on people as well. Remind me if I've missed any bits or if I need to pass the fill.
I think that's everything you need to answer, Dave. I think just one question there.
Okay, so short answer, I think the leisure centre is likely to require a subsidy from the revenue budget to cover the cost of borrowing to deliver it and the operational costs. I think there are some. I think the risks around this scheme have exacerbated as they have with a number of capital schemes in that, as I say, cost and availability of materials and labour. So the scheme itself will cost more. There are pressures on wages. So national living wage is likely to impact on operational costs, as are the inflationary pressures on energy costs. And I think there's also a risk around in a climate of a cost of living crisis around the income projections. We haven't refreshed that business case recently. That's a piece of work that needs to be undertaken. And I think I'm going to leave my comments at that, if that's okay.
Those are both very helpful answers. And again, I think it would be helpful, and again, it may be buried in some of these things, but I think moving forward on the issue of new burdens funding, if that can just be explicit, because I think sometimes people will be concerned that we're doing, quite often it's in difficult emergency circumstances, and sometimes there won't be. So, for example, I'm not sure, I know Mark's been doing an excellent job leading for the council on the Ukraine stuff, as well as doing an excellent job in his day job, and it's just whether there's, there's only 24 hours in a day and he's working far too many of them, I suspect. But it's whether there's some funding to recognise that. And again, in some of these circumstances, there won't be. And I think we as elected members just need to have an understanding that if central government is mandating us to do stuff, most of the time we would want to do those things for the avoidance of doubt. It's just it's the financial impact and actually the staffing impact on those things. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, I won't revisit the whole strategic issues with finance for children's social care, but on page 72, forecast shortfall of 1.9 million against the various savings programmes being undertaken throughout 2022-23. That's a very large number not to be saving when you plan for that saving, and added to what I think was a savings shortfall of 300,000 last year. I'm just worried about us putting figures into budgets which clearly are unrealistic because they're not being achieved. We've got, we didn't achieve them last year, and we put even more in this year. Just a little bit of a concern about that, I think. Thanks.
Yeah, again, I think there's something in that about the fact that it's the first round of forecast, and so people may be being a bit kind of overcautious on what they may deliver, but that's not to say we'll get to the whole thing. And I think there has been some kind of learning and conversations between us and Children's Services, and the fact that some of those initial programmes may not have been able to achieve what they did, what they were planned to, certainly. So there is some consideration around what is a more realistic kind of savings. I don't like to use the word savings, but achieving kind of outcomes for a more for lower spend, effectively, isn't it? The same kind of outcomes for lower spend in future years. But that doesn't kind of go against the fact that actually, as Phil kind of mentioned earlier, that there will be a requirement for all kind of departments to kind of contribute to the overall kind of reduction in cost across the council.
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. I'll come to the Vice Chairman. We have a recommendation at 13.1 on page 81. Councillor Teja.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the committee has noted the results of the first round of revenue budget monitoring for 2022-2023.
Thank you. Is that seconded, please, Councillor Etheridge? Those in favour, colleagues? Fine. Thank you very much. That was nearly everyone. Thank you. Okay, Andy and Dave, thank you both so much for coming this evening. We'll allow you to escape as we take colleagues a break. I'm conscious Mr. Platt has been scribing for 2 hours and 38 minutes non-stop, so he needs a break more than anyone probably. But we'll take 5 minutes or so now. Thank you all very much indeed. item 9, but we have item 10 also, as it were, in Phil's name. Are members happy if Phil talks to both 9 and 10? We'll have separate resolutions on each, but are you happy if he combines? Okay, Phil.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So as the Chair said, we're going to look at the performance and monitoring report and risk register for both Q4 of the financial year 21-22 and the first quarter of the current financial year. These reports summarise performance of the council plan measures that fall within the remit of this committee. Cabinet reviewed the Q1 performance for this year and the risks on the 23rd of August. You'll notice that the Q4 report is in the old format, the much lengthier format. However, for this financial year, we've moved to a more succinct presentation, reducing the number of pages considerably. I don't think we've taken out the key messages from the monitoring now, and I think this is a much easier read for people. It was well received by CMT colleagues, but I'd obviously welcome your views. Focusing on the later of the two reports, the Q1, there are 7 council plan measures of success which fall under the remit of this committee. These are presented in Appendix 1. 85.7%, or 6 out of 7 of these council plan measures met or exceeded their targets. MAE2 didn't achieve its target, it was amber, so less than 5% below target. Given the overarching responsibilities of this committee to provide guidance and leadership on the development and coordination of the scrutiny function for all committees, this report also contains a performance summary of all services at Appendix 2. The report also presents the Q1 review of strategic risks at Appendix 3. There's only been one change to scoring since the previous quarter, and that's on SR37, cybersecurity. The residual risk has been reduced from A1 to C1 to reflect the robust mitigation in place to bolster cyber defence. So, I mean, I think we've done everything we can to mitigate that cyber risk, certainly in terms of the likelihood of a successful attack. Obviously, the impact, should one take place, remains catastrophic. I think that's all I want to say by way of introduction.
Thank you. Councillor Etheridge, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can we go directly to page 90, please, of where we're looking at job skills and employability? The very first one, MAE2, of where we have a red flag up there. In business, anybody that leaves employment has an exit strategy, which includes part of an interview to understand why. Do we do something similar to this to understand why people are leaving full-time education? Do you have an answer for that one?
So, sorry, let me be clear. Asking why people leave education.
Yeah.
I would need to check. I don't know. I mean, we certainly have exit strategies for staff leaving the council, but exit interviews. Sorry, but I would need to check.
It may produce some interesting information. You know, the course is no longer viable or interesting, or they want to do something else.
I'll
able to change.
I'll ask that question and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. This one's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. Page 105, when we look at measures significantly below target in red and what they're all about, the majority of them. So in terms of the first two, we've spent a lot of money on leisure centres, greenfield, and yet we still have this issue of excess weight and excess 4 to 5 and 10 to 11-year-olds. Surely we should now be looking at the health service where they can make a GP or an NHS referral to use all those facilities. And if it means that we get a reduced cost for people using our leisure centres, far better that these people are using it than they're not being used at all.
Okay, so I mean, these particular measures in terms of excess weight are they're annual measures. They're only measured once a year. So our Director of Public Health will tell you that he thinks the next time we report this measure, it will have improved. I don't, you know, I don't know by how much. In terms of leisure centres, I think the public health team have moved into the realms of social prescribing now, which covers the sort of thing that you're talking about, where people are prescribed healthy activities, you know, rather than medicine and medical treatment. And obviously the leisure centres are subsidised by public health grant anyway, in terms of the free swimming offer that operates in Medway. So.
Okay. And once again, the same would apply, you know, why aren't these facilities being used? Going on to the breastfeeding initiation, I mean, I don't have personal experience of this, but I spoke to my wife about it, and she said there are many reasons why people don't take up breastfeeding. Either it starts off when our children were first being born and were young, that she attended many years ago a group session of where they were given social care with nurses and midwives and things of how to do this. They were also provided with additional help and support whilst in hospital. And then leaving on from that, there's the social issues as well. So once again, do we know why this is in red? And you know, do we actually ask the parent or the mother-to-be exactly what the issues are?
I can take that question back to public health colleagues.
Okay. And my last one for the moment, and I may come back, is the percentage of children who are persistently absent from school. And I fully appreciate that during the COVID period that there were some parents who were quite concerned regarding their children going to school and possibly not only catching it themselves, but also bringing it back home to the family and possibly aged parents and relatives. But how we seem to be moving away from that scenario now. Do we actually understand why these children are still persistently absent from school?
So during our conversations at CMT, it's as you alluded just now, that partly a hangover from the COVID days, but I'll need to go again, refer this back to the service to ask that question.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Murray, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to raise the issue of strategic risk SR52 being removed from the risk register. That is the possibility of another pandemic on page 254. I've had a long and painful conversation with James Williams about the reasons for doing this and disagree with him in every way that it's possible to disagree, but he still has insisted that it's a good thing to do. Members can see on page 254 and 255, there isn't a single thing on there that I disagree with as a possibility of happening. We know that there's likely to be a much worse flu this year. They've already experienced that in Australia. And we know that we're going to probably have to have a programme of joint flu and COVID jabs with a higher participation rate with a mandatory offer for everybody over the age of 50, as well as the designated vulnerable groups. The reason that the Director of Public Health has given me is that this is fully dealt with by the fact that he is in the position that he is in, that if he needed to, he would immediately trigger all of the things that are required here, and therefore it doesn't need to be on the risk register. Now, a more tautologous explanation, and I don't mean this in a pejorative way against the director himself, because it's something for everybody to be concerned about, but that is a tautologous explanation. You know, we don't need to do something because I know what to do about it if it happens. Okay, James. So, look, I'm asking the committee, there hasn't been a review of the risk anyway, according to this, since 2021. And I'm asking the committee if we could put a recommendation that there is a review of strategic risk SR 52 to consider whether it needs to be reinstated onto the risk register given the changing circumstances relating to pandemic. Please.
Okay, so in response to that, this conversation did take place at C&T. This committee raises it almost every time we review the risk register. The response, we as a C&T, we take our steer from the Director of Public Health, and his advice was that based on our previous experience now, we're in a situation where our response to a pandemic is business as usual, and the infrastructure, the staff, whatever, are in place to respond. I guess with risk registers, there's a hierarchy of risk registers, isn't there? So not every risk that affects the council sits on our strategic risk register, but they will sit on operational risk registers in the relevant service areas. Now, the pandemic risk, one could argue, actually sits on the national risk register rather than on an individual local authority's risk register, because the response needs to be led nationally. The resources need to be put in place nationally, as they were done this time round. And James's position is, as long as that happens, then our business as usual, our setup allows us to respond in a business as usual way. That's the way he's described it to us at C&T, and CMT accepted that and therefore didn't recommend that it should be reinstated on the risk register.
Yeah, can I come back, please, Chair? In that case, then, I wonder when you had those deliberations, why did you retain SR 49 and SR 50? Because they're talking about the impact of COVID-19 on business. So, on the one hand, it has got an impact. On the other, no, we all know how to deal with it, and it's just business as usual. I'm afraid, Phil, as I didn't agree with James, I don't agree with you. There may be practices and established expertise now in the council to enable us to better deal with a pandemic. But given that a pandemic is a whole organisation, all-encompassing risk, I don't understand why it's been taken off. Because, and okay, it might be on the national risk register, but we saw very clearly ourselves how important local delivery of all of the things that were coming down from national directives was to make a difference. And I include in that all of the staff who changed their roles, including many people actually under your direct management, all of the volunteers who came forward at short notice and actually got the vaccination programme going, and all of the cross-cooperation that we had right across all directorates to deal with the distribution of food parcels, to make sure that people who were shielding and vulnerable got the things that they needed. It actually required a big shift. Now, some of the people involved in that aren't here anymore. There are people in the council who weren't involved in it because they've new. Other people have shifted around. So, you know, I don't understand why why it's such a sort of important drive to take it off the risk register, because you could make that argument for almost any risk that's on the risk register. We know how to deal with it, therefore it's not as much a risk as it would be if we didn't know how to deal with it. But the idea of the risk register is to keep uppermost in our minds that there will be a need to take certain actions if one of the risks actually happens. And, you know, I don't feel that I, or anybody who calls themselves an expert, and I don't call myself an expert, knows enough about COVID-19 and the variants and the different mutations of the virus that have happened, to put ourselves in a position where we say, well, we know how to deal with it and we don't need to. So, you know, I'm asking the committee to take a more proportionate view of this and at least ask for that risk to be reviewed, particularly in the context that there's two other risks on here related to COVID-19 that are still staying.
Okay. I'm conscious that Phil has said that this has received specific consideration. Councillor Murray, you've indicated you disagree with the Director of Public Health. I would be very reluctant personally that we do something this evening where the rest of us have not had some heard from directly the Director of Public Health, because this is such a significant matter. But I might have a suggestion on that in a moment. Mr. Watts.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I would like to respond to your challenge around the other two COVID-related risks that remain on the register. Now, I see these slightly different way because they are ongoing risks in the aftermath of the pandemic. So the two risks relate to the economic recovery, and I think it's fair to say we wouldn't say we're out of the woods in terms of the economy recovering. In fact, we've been confronted with new challenges to the economy on the back of, you know, what's going on in the Ukraine and that sort of thing. And the other one was about our income. Now, although last year our income recovered far better than we expected it to, it still hasn't recovered fully, and we are still feeling the effects of that, which is why those two risks remain on the register, I suppose is the answer to your question. In terms of whether this committee decides to refer something back about the pandemic risk, then I'll let that debate continue. Okay.
So through you, Chair, in response to what Phil has just said, I've got no disagreement about the other two risks being on there, but I don't think we're out of the woods with COVID-19 itself. And there's a relationship between the way that those two risks can pan out and be managed if we did have another pandemic. And that there have been many times in the last year when a sort of tipping point has been reached, when the hospital has again started to be full of people who have, okay, obviously the jabs have had an impact, but we've still got about 20% of the population who haven't been jabbed, and if we get a new variant, those people will be less able to resist a new variant of the virus, and their presence in the community will give us problems, I'm afraid. You know, I just don't understand why this has happened. And the chairman's saying, you know, without the benefit of talking to the Director of Public Health about it, actually, you know, we have spoken to him about it directly at the Health Committee, and he gave his points of view. I don't think his point of view has changed. Phil has just told us they've been guided by him. This is not in the gift of one person. James himself would say it's in the gift of the ICB, of the Kent Resilience Forum, all the people that he's connected with to enact all the things that need to be enacted if it happens. To me, that is risk register talk. You know, and you know, dare I say it, supposing James decided to leave the council, it would take some time to build up the level of relationships and networks that he actually personally has got. So that's a risk in itself. You know, you can't sort of have all your eggs in one basket. And so asking for the risk to be revisited, since it hasn't been reviewed since 2021, and there's lots of other information that's come, I think is a reasonable request, and I'm making a formal proposal, Chairman.
Okay, I'm not comfortable with that. I'm going to...
Well, can I see if it gets a seconder, though?
Well, can I ask Mr. Platt to make a comment on jurisdictional issues on this topic?
Yes, just to advise that this is a matter that will come under the HASC terms of reference, so it would be appropriate for this committee to refer it to that committee for further scrutiny and consideration.
That would be my suggestion.
Jurisdictional answer, fair enough, but it's already been there. and this is a committee that's in charge of the risk register,
Sure,
which
but
is the
we can
difference
refer
between
it
it
back.
and has.
We can refer it back to them for further consideration. I think that's the respectful thing for us to do. We haven't got the Director of Public Health here tonight, and I think on this we should follow jurisdiction, personally. Councillor Curry? As I'm inviting those, yeah.
Just for clarity, there's been a proposal and second. Obviously, we've had technical advice and Councillor Murray has accepted that that is within that remit, but nevertheless, that proposal still, the physical proposal still stands.
Okay, can we pull that within the overall recommendation under item 9 when we come to vote on that? Yep, okay. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, Councillor Etheridge and myself seem to sort of read the same pages of these reports when it comes to certain issues. But I'd like to start on page 130, if I may, looking at the clean and green environment satisfaction thing. They're both green, but I have a real problem with this. It says that the satisfaction was based upon 136 users of parks and open spaces from 198 respondents, and that gives us everybody's happy with parks. There are millions of visits to Medway's parks every year. I know that Capstan alone has over 300,000 visits from Medway residents every year, and I imagine Riverside is similar, and the smaller parks have equal. So I really don't see any statistical significance in this whatsoever as to why this is marked as green. There are significant problems with our parks in terms of the state of the litter bins, the play areas, the cutting of the grass. I was at the Esplanade Gardens this morning. The flower beds had failed. They hadn't been watered, and equally the new tree planting that had been there earlier this year had all failed as well, and the trees were dead. These were big mature trees. There is a serious problem with the management of our parks, and it goes back, this is where it comes relevant to this committee, it goes back to the budget. Last year and the year before, I myself and others have asked for the budget for green spaces to be increased. It hasn't been, it's been kept either the same and therefore effectively has fallen behind. I'm putting the request again. Can we please have an increase in our green spaces budget? We've heard from Councillor Etheridge about the obesity issues around young people. We know that per capita, the amount of green space in Medway is way below the national average. That's from the National Federation of Parks and Open Spaces. They've got all that data. So we have a real problem with the provision of green space. We know the health and social well-being of it. Page 123 talks about social prescribing in the report. Page 123 rather. Page 103, as was pointed out, 105 points out that the levels of obesity which we have. I'm making a case again. I made it last year and nothing happened. So if we can really put that forward, and the Green Spaces team and the Green Spaces budget, they need more resources in order to deliver. The health and social well-being benefits are enormous, and that's reflected in the way that other cities around the country, like Leeds and Bristol and London, and or do these natural capital calculations on investment in green spaces, produces health benefits and reduces costs to the health service significantly year on year. So there is a great argument for that. I'm putting the argument again because saying it's all okay isn't actually the case. There are serious problems, and I'll get back to Norse at the end of the meeting when we get to work programme, but there is an issue around that as well. But at the moment, all I'm saying is please can we put in a request for increasing the green spaces budget in next year's budgets. Thank you.
Yes, I was going to ask you to comment, Councillor Etheridge, on that particularly.
I fully agree with my colleague there in terms of green spaces and the need for them and the health and well-being of the citizens of Medway. It's obvious that we need more green spaces that are maintained and looked after. It's not just the green spaces we've got. We all see these roundabouts being sponsored by so-and-so that's full of dead weeds. We see the side of the road verges. And I've recently had to put in a request to have certain areas of hedging cut back because it obscured all the road signs and things. and our residents are complaining to us that brambles and goodness knows what are just running wild, as opposed to what should be planted there. But that's not what I put my hand up for, Chairman, because I want to come back on something. It took me a little while to find the specific risk register comment. So it's on strategic risk SR50, delivering the 170 million Housing Infrastructure Fund programme. And it's in conjunction with the 4 Elms Hill Air Quality Action Plan. Within my own committee, it was identified that it's highly unlikely to decrease the issues that we have with air quality there for the next 10 years, simply because we're waiting for electric vehicles to be taking over rather than running on fossil fuels. We also had issues regarding air quality monitoring and where that monitoring took place. And once again, I make the plea to say either this should have its own risk or it should be included within the HIF. Because when all these roadworks start, all the 289 is going to be jammed solid leading up to 4 Elms Hill. That means the traffic is going to be coming down the B2000 through Wainscott, or alternatively straight off the A2 and down Reed Court Road and Brompton Farm Road as well. In addition to that, we have the new school at Berwick Way, and we know all the roadworks there is going to take place for the roundabout, and that needs to be monitored. And more importantly, it's been mentioned so many times, and we currently have the issue right now of the traffic coming up Finsbury Hill Station Road, which is jammed solid day after day, night after night. And even this evening, when I came over here with my colleague John Williams, there was a car broken down in the tunnel, and the 289 was backed up solid all the way back up to the B2000 and also through Strood as well. So this needs a specific risk registered area of its own, or it should be included within the HIF. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. I would totally endorse. Actually, myself and some of my colleagues were out at a meeting at High House on Tuesday night. There'd been an accident at the top of 4 Elms Hill, and it took us 20 minutes just to go up the hill to get past that. So it just happens like that. But just making a point there. Can I move on then to page 159 in my comments on this, please? And that's the Appendix 3, Council Plan Outcome, delivering new homes to meet the needs of Medway's residents. Just last night, planning approval was given to the Trafalgar Centre development, 175 units with no affordable in there at all, and they are 1- and 2-bedroom flats that are going to be built. I'm not quite sure how that delivers that outcome at all. So we have to look at the town centre developments that are taking place, and we've already raised them in terms of capital and stuff like that. But we are not fulfilling that outcome if all we do is keep giving permission for large-scale developments that have no affordable and only 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. Who do they serve? I mean, certainly not a family of 3 or something like that could cope with living in place like that. So I think we've got a problem around that. I'm just making a point, Chair. I don't need an answer, but I thought I'd raise it. Thank you for that.
Councillor Maple, please.
Thank you very much. I feel I should almost declare an interest as one of Councillor Curry's friends in that traffic jam the other day. I was. There's a few bits on this, really. I think it would be helpful, because quite often, let me say right at the start, I wholeheartedly support everything that Councillor Murray said around the issue of pandemics being on the risk register. Let's say why. I'll be really clear why. If somebody is looking to say, actually, what does Medway Council prioritise as its risks? It's serious risks. It's strategic risks. And it doesn't see pandemics on there. I think after the last 2.5 years, they would probably go, do you not know what you're doing? This is a public document, and I think it's important to recognise that, and for that reason alone, I would support and endorse everything my friend and colleague said. One of the things that would be helpful, and I'm saying this without knowing what's on them, is, and this is going back in part to some of the things that Councillor Etheridge said. Quite often we're told on this committee, of course, don't forget there are departmental risk registers. I don't think I've ever seen one. So it would be quite helpful, and happy if they need to be on blue paper, because there might be stuff in there which is operational and doesn't need to be in the public domain. It would be helpful perhaps through the Vice Chair and his recommendations, to have the current list of departmental risk registers, because some of those things from an operational level might be in there, and that might give some of us some peace of mind. But until we've actually seen them, it's difficult. We don't know what we don't know. I hate quoting Rumsfeld, but we don't know what we don't know. So that would be helpful if that can be part of the recommendation. And it may be appropriate moving forward, if it is the kind of people, place and business support, that those three sit with this report moving forward, so that we've got an understanding as to that information that's out there. I appreciate we're not looking to change the risk register tonight, but stuff is happening. So I would ask that we consider, and we ask the Cabinet to consider as a matter of urgency, two issues. It's right, I believe, alongside pandemics being on the risk register, in my view they should be, it's right to say that we should continue to have, at this stage, income reduction due to COVID-19. I think that's right. But I think we should also be strongly considering a risk on the risk register of income reduction due to cost of living pressures. If we're not considering that as a risk, and I suspect this time next year, if there are income reductions, more will be because of cost of living than of COVID. So I would want to see that very specifically. And it may well be that you end up changing SR 49 to income reduction, and you say that could include COVID and the cost of living. And then separately, again, thinking about, we can only deal with the information we have in front of us, I'd want to understand whether business continuity and emergency planning has a detailed plan underneath it, specifically around the issue of energy. There is increasing speculation, and I say no more than speculation at this stage, that in the winter there could be real and genuine issues with the energy supply, both gas and electric, to this country. That's not hyperbole. That's been well documented in media outlets elsewhere. So it could be, I could have a response to say, actually, yeah, don't worry, that's all covered under SRO2. But I think there's a very specific business continuity risk with, losing electricity, because that then means we can't use our phones. We can't probably use our laptops after a period of time. So I'd want to understand, and again, we may not have that information tonight, but if we can have that provided as a briefing note if required, that would be helpful. And if it's appropriate, if the level of detail on SRO2 doesn't look strong enough at loss of energy, and I'm saying that at 9:30 at night, so maybe there should be a personal interest there of loss of energy. But joking aside, I think that's what we need to see, because again, the residents of Medway would want to have as much confidence as they can. If they're hearing in the BBC there are these risks come the winter, what does that look like for us, bearing in mind how much we rely on those things? And then finally, in Appendix 2, I just want to check I'm reading this correctly, that in one quarter we had 3 ombudsman decisions against us in one quarter. I think I'm reading that correctly. Again, it would be helpful, not necessarily tonight, but through a pretty quick briefing note, because that information will be readily available. It'd be really helpful to understand, are those 3 from the same bit of the council? Are they from 3 different bits? Is there some kind of threads that run through those that we need to learn about? I think if we look back to the high-profile one that went through children's services and housing, I think the council have learnt lessons from that. So although, of course, you never want to have an ombudsman decision upheld against you, I think as an organisation we're in a better place as a result of going through that process. So I'd like to understand, again, not necessarily right now unless people have that information available, what those 3 were, and importantly, what have we learnt as a council as to make sure that we don't end up with those similar complaints moving forward. Thank you.
Phil will make some response.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to make a response to a lot of the issues that have been raised here today, and I think it actually plays into the the point that Steve and Chair made earlier around jurisdiction. I find myself in a really awkward position at these meetings because I'm being asked questions about a lot of service areas and a lot of performance indicators and risks that don't necessarily fall within the remit of this committee specifically. Now, I accept the argument that the reason we put that Appendix 2 on there with the entire performance list on there is because of the overarching nature of this committee. But in all honesty, you will get better responses if these issues are raised at the relevant committees, because the relevant directors and the relevant ADs will be there to answer those questions. Similarly with the risks. So the discussion about the pandemic risk, if that took place at HASC, you would have the Director of Public Health there to respond to it. The risks around HIF and those regeneration schemes, if they're raised at RCE overview and scrutiny, you'll have the director there to deal with them. So I think what I'm saying is I would urge you to talk to your colleagues and get them to raise them through the right channel, because I think that's the correct channels for getting these things on the risk register, for example. It's not for me to go back and talk to the director and say this was raised at BS overview and scrutiny. It should come through the relevant officers to CNT to say, actually, we think, based on the conversation at ONS, that these need to feature on the risk register, and then we'll have that CNT conversation. So I know that sounded slightly sloping shoulders, but I do, I feel embarrassed that I can't give you the answers that you want, if I'm honest. So that was the first thing I wanted to say. Obviously, some of the things that Councillor Maples just raised do fall within the remit of this committee, and particularly the one around income, that particular risk. I have considered whether that overarching risk around financial sustainability is too broad and needs to be broken down into other elements, and I will take that one away and give that some consideration, I think. Does that help?
Okay. Can we bear in mind that, and we're going to take them separately, that for 9 and 10 there are recommendations there at the moment, which in due course I will ask the Vice Chair to put. Councillor.
Yeah, just before, thank you. And Phil, I understand, although you know how every penny is spent, you may not have the precise operational detail on how every penny is spent. I accept that entirely. We need to find the balance, because we do have that grandparent role or overarching role or whatever you want to call it, and we shouldn't lose that. But I think I can't speak for every colleague here. I think most colleagues would accept that if we've only got kind of 2 officers, Mark in particular, obviously, because housing absolutely falls under our remit, and yourself, Phil, as the Chief Operating Officer, that if there's a detailed response, you're not going to be able to give that to us. However, it is appropriate that we can flag that here, sometimes because of committee cycles. Actually, it's more appropriate to raise it here because this is the first opportunity. So if you're asked around how the admin fund for a particular school in a particular street in Chatham is spent, you're not going to know that. But actually, we may want to flag that up because it's come up. And just finally, before we move to recommendations on 9 and 10, just on the perhaps the Vice Chairman would be happy, just on the LGO, if we could have quickly, because these things should be readily available. So I wouldn't want to see this on a work programme for a long time, but just those 3 LGO responses and what's happened there. And then just to verify and confirm that actually us having access to departmental risk registers, I think that would be helpful. And again, whether we formally put that on as part of these reports, or whether we have that as a one-off and we choose as to what we do with those, I'm happy to perhaps have a conversation offline, but I think we need to probably put that somewhere formally in the recommendation, because we've never formally raised that before.
Yeah, I mean, if I can just come in on that. On that, should we not have some report to go with it to define the circumstances when there are departmental risk registers as opposed to the overarching register, etc.? I'd like a bit of verbiage with that to explain those departmental risk registers. Otherwise, in isolation, just getting the detail, I think, is not enough.
If I can come back, again, you don't know what you don't know. They may already have that. They may be in a format not dissimilar to this. I'm pointing, for the avoidance of doubt, I'm pointing at the risk register on my screen, with good narrative. But they may not do. So I think we can't just have a load of figures and letters with a risk score. It needs to have something with it. But I don't know, because I've never seen one, actually the format that they're in. So that's, again, perhaps for the next pre-agenda, we can have a bit more of a detailed conversation. But I think just to put it on the record that as a committee, those things would be helpful, because I accept entirely there are other risks this council has that aren't on this list, and it's appropriate they're on those other documents.
Well, I agree that we should discuss it at the next pre-agenda. I think that's the way to take that forward. Councillor Johnson, then Councillor O'Para.
Thank you, Chair. Phil's point about service areas being dealt with here, I think, is one that's well made. It's taken me a little while, really, as a relatively new member of this committee, to sort of think my way into that. And I've been a bit confused about, you know, colleagues asking you about specific operational issues when clearly you're not going to have the details at hand. I mean, we do have a leadership role, so I think it is appropriate for... well, actually, sorry, before I come to that, and so to that point, perhaps Councillor Etheridge mentioned the excess weight for young people and the persistent absence measure. So at Children's Committee, because they've been persistently read, we've brought those to committee for discussion. In fact, you're sitting next to the Vice Chair, so Children's Committee. So we've done excess weight twice, I think, haven't we? And we've just had a briefing note as a follow-up. And the persistent absence came to committee relatively recently, I think, at the last meeting. That doesn't necessarily mean that we've managed to stop them from being read, I'm sorry to say. But we have flagged them up because they have been consistently read. So that seems to be working. And before I go back to the main thing, I want to talk about there was a system for delivering breastfeeding initiation at children's centres in Medway. Not quite sure what happened to those. Yeah. Anyway, main point I want to make about this is I ideally would have spoken as Councillor Murray did, because I also am concerned about SR52 and the loss of it. I won't add to what Councillors Murray and Maple have said about it, but I'll just add a couple of things, I think. One is it's only gone on the risk register because of this committee in the first place, because we wanted it, and it took it. My recall is it was a bit of a battle for it to happen. One of the reasons that I thought it ought to go on to Medway's risk register is precisely for that national versus local issue, because pandemic has been a top risk on the national risk register for a number of years, for the last decade or so. But I'm not persuaded that at a national level there was much in the way of mitigation going on. So the question I had all the way through that process was, well, if we as politicians and officers locally want to protect our Medway population to an identified risk where we're aware that perhaps the government isn't doing what it should do, is that not a role for us to take? And the answer in my mind was yes, it was. We should be doing something. So we had stocks of PPE being run down, for instance, nationally. Well, we could have mitigated, I know we necessarily, in fact, officers have said to me, we haven't got the money to do that, but an option would be to have stocks of PPE locally, for instance. So there are clear things that we could be doing in response to it being a strategic risk. And we've seen the impact that it's had, as colleagues have said, on business, on things like SEN transport was at risk at one stage, fuel distribution, care homes, hospitals. There's an enormous amount that we can be doing to prepare for it. And a lot of the discussion tonight has been about COVID, but actually there's been near misses. We've discussed at this committee before. It's not just COVID. There's been nearly five. There's been 5 pandemics this century, which thankfully haven't got to us. But there was the first SARS COVID in the early part of the century. There was MERS, Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome. There was bird flu. There was Ebola. There was all sorts of things which luckily didn't have that global impact. But and partly because the World Health Organization managed to take action to prevent it. But they could have been. They could have been a real threat. So I have the greatest respect for the Director of Public Health, absolutely. But on this issue, I'm shocked that he's making a stand on this issue, because I think it's absolutely essential to the message that we give to the residents of Medway, that we are looking out for them and that we appreciate what needs to be done. And also, discussions I've had with officers facilitated by Phil over the last couple of years, I understand now a lot better than I did before, the Kent Resilience Forum and the difference between risk register and emergency planning, all of that. But I still think, after all that discussion, it should be a risk on the risk register. And I'm happy to support any possibility that this committee has of returning that for further consideration. My only, obviously I respect Steve's expertise on this, but it seems to me, if it goes back to HASC, they're just going to have the same conversation. I wonder what, my feeling is something different needs to happen in that process. But that's me done. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Well, again, I think we have to follow officer lead on procedure. The alternative would be to request the Director of Public Health to attend a future meeting of this committee. I'm not happy to make a decision contrary to what we hear is his clear recommendation without hearing from him, myself. I'm not. Councillor Opara.
Thank you, Chair. And Phil, this is one that you'll probably be able to give me an answer. You mentioned cyber security, and I think it was in the last ONS meeting, I did request, if possible, for members to have a refresh training, because we've not had that for a very long time, and you were going to go away and look into that for us. I was very surprised not having had anything about the training or refresh to do with cybersecurity and GDPR. On my screen yesterday, there was a dialog box that came up forcing me, giving me three options, it was the new acceptable use policy, requiring me to either reject the policy, accept the policy, or close the screen altogether. And it was that big on my screen. Hopefully you all got it. It wasn't just me. I closed it because, number one, I want to understand fully what it is that, I am being monitored. It does talk about monitoring. I do need to know what my, obviously, my privacy or privacy, you want to call it, I want to know how that is protected. And that policy clearly was telling me, well, as far as I read, I got to reading it. So my question to you is, when are we likely to get that training brought forward for members? Because I think it's important. And the other thing is that with that pop-up, because we had the three options, if my option was to reject it, does that stop me using the asset? Thank you.
I'll try to respond to that. So I got the same meta compliance policy acceptance thing this morning. And I was a bit surprised. I didn't think there were three options. I thought there were two. Oh yeah, to just ignore. Yeah, okay. I think it'd just pop up again if you did that in due course. I think that's a kind of, I'm too busy now, but it will come back. But I must admit, I was a little bit surprised that it gave the option not to accept the policy. I mean, you had to say, I've read it and I agree with it, or I've read it and I don't agree with it. I think the question, I don't know why we put that second option on there, quite honestly. I will talk to Paul and Keith about that. But that was a direct result of the conversation we had at the last committee. So I'd spoken to them about providing some training on cyber security for Medway councillors and officers. They've been in consultation with Jane Ringham about how we fit that into a member training schedule. I don't know where we are with it. So can you leave it with me and I'll go and talk to them about where they've landed in terms of when, how, dates, that sort of thing. And I'll also ask the question about the yes, no on that meta compliance screen, because I agree with you. I didn't understand why it gave the option to say, no, I don't agree with it.
Because I'm not happy to accept anything until I get that refresh, because I think the council owes me that.
All right, fair enough.
Thank you.
Take that away.
Okay, colleagues, let's look at recommendations and taking aboard what we've discussed. First of all, if we look at the recommendations under agenda item 9 at 6.1, where it concludes by saying, have noted the amended strategic risk register as set out in Appendix 4, could I suggest that additional wording that I hope would cover matters would then be, but refers back to HASC, the removal of strategic risk register SR52 for further consideration. Would that constitutionally meet the requirements? Okay. Mr. Vice Chair, are you happy to move that amended wording?
Yes, Chair. So I'll move the recommendation on page 87 with the amended wording stated.
Before we go into that, also the recommendation that the SR20, I think it is, the HIF one, also incorporates the information regarding air monitoring, especially around Four Elms Hill, and all the work taking around the HIF area.
Right, let me just seek some guidance on jurisdiction. So what do we do? Send that back to region. Okay, I'm advised that we would need to further amend by referring back that risk to your scrutiny committee.
Is there an option with both of these to refer them to Cabinet, to get the Cabinet to make a decision on these two specifics? It may not be that that's got the flavour and support of the meeting, but would that be a potential option if we were minded to as a committee? Certainly bearing in mind, I say, that I appreciate that it comes with a different tenure, that we as a kind of the overriding committee have sent it back effectively, but nevertheless, it's unlikely to potentially have a different conversation. And I'm not sure, I can't talk about the region one specifically, but whether that would be an option for us to consider tonight potentially.
Call me old-fashioned. It strikes me as somewhat discourteous to the two scrutiny committees that do have jurisdiction over those two items.
And I also have a problem with the recommendation that's for the air quality for Four Elms Hill now, where it says, well, we'll stop cars with idling engines in Raynham. So, I mean, how does that affect Four Elms Hill?
Well, it's up to members. My personal preference would, I think, be the courteous route of referring them back to the relevant scrutiny committees. But is there an option of referring them directly to Cabinet?
I'm not sure I have the HIF one within my committee. Oh, right. In that case, then I'm more than happy for that.
Okay, I'm having some guidance to say that that would probably be the appropriate way to do it. So we refer that to HASC, and on HIF we refer to your scrutiny committee. Is that seconded? Okay, colleagues, is there any amendment to that? No? Okay. Can I see those in favour of that amended recommendation, please? I think that's nearly all of us again. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Then we have the resolution or recommendation with respect to agenda item 10, and that is set out at page 263, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendation on page 263 that members have considered the Q1 2022-2023 performance against the measures used to monitor progress against the Council's priorities and to note the amended strategic risk summary that are set out in Appendix 3.
Mr. Maple.
And I think probably a helpful catch-all, because I know Steve Platt would have made excellent minutes as always, is just to note that the requests during the debate, so the local government ombudsman documents, the consideration around both cost of living and energy as specific risks, and the request for departmental risk registers, rather than listing them all, if you're both content, that would be my suggested short addition to the recommendation.
Okay. I think in general, if an officer gives an assurance that they will do something, I personally am comfortable to rely on that. But, Mr. Watts?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to take this.
I think we either do it very specifically for everything, or, you know, requests from members, very proper requests from members, which are accepted and picked up by officers. I think we should be able to rely on officers to deliver those, whether they're on blue paper or briefing notes. That's my personal thought.
I guess, therefore, the only subtle difference between all of those is LGO and departmental risk registers. This is why we've never had it, because I can't say it. That's just a request for information. Actually, the cost of living and energy are asking for consideration to changes in the risk register. So I suspect those two probably need specific, because that's asking the Chief Operating Officer to go and consider changing the risk register. That is a different request to, can you provide us with information, which the other two are. Because most of the requests in the meeting will be requests for information. But that's effectively requesting a change of policy.
Okay, so we have at the moment 7.1, 7.2 on page 263. Would you like to suggest a 7.3 wording, please?
I'm happy to suggest something along the lines, and I'm happy to tidy up in the minutes, that members agree that the Chief Operating Officer, along with other CMT colleagues, because it will be more than just him, consider the impact of wider cost of living and energy risks to the corporate risk register. I think that's what we agreed earlier.
Okay, can I ask the Vice Chair if he's happy to incorporate that?
I move that, Chair.
And is the seconder happy to re-second that? Thank you. Okay. Any member? Right. So that is the further amended recommendation that we have. I'll go to the vote on that. Can I see those in favour, please? I think that is all of us, which is good. Yep. Thank you very much indeed, colleagues. That brings us back to Mr. Watts as we move to item number 11, Council Strategy Refresh for the next municipal year.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the report concerning the Council Strategy Refresh for 2023-24. Following consultation with directorates, the annual refresh of the Council Strategy has taken place. It's been deliberately light touch as we're planning a more fundamental refresh of the Council Strategy and Council Plan after the election in May 23. The performance measures and key facts will be reviewed as part of the Council Plan refresh in January for agreement by Council in February. As I said, it's light touch, so there are only two changes proposed under the people priority. So under the outcome Resilient Families, the programme that was previously called Together We Can the Children's Services Improvement Plan has been changed to Children's Services Improvement Plan. So we've removed the Together We Can branding. And under the outcome, all children achieving their potential in education, the programme Raising Aspiration and Ambition has been changed to High Quality Education Provision for All. There have been no changes proposed under either the place or the growth priorities, and this proposed council strategy will be presented to Cabinet on the 20th of September and full council on the 6th of October. I'll try and answer any questions that colleagues have.
Councillor Maple.
Regrettably, I think, yeah, as my learned friend and colleague said, of course, that should have been in October, and it's regrettable it's not. But anyway, I admit at the start, I've not looked at the existing document, so it could have the same language within it. I'm not sure about why is this important, and then the language that's used after it. Because I don't think that's answered. I don't think grammatically, and I think there's at least one person certainly on this side of the table who will tell me if I'm wrong on this. I don't think grammatically those are accurate. So and I get what's trying to happen here. I understand the kind of formatting and PR type approach to this, but it's not saying why it's important. It's saying something we're going to do, but it's not actually saying why it's important. So why is tackling climate change important? We'll take action to tackle the local and global threat of climate change. It doesn't actually say why it's important. So I would suggest respectfully that just needs a slight rethink. And it could well be that the current document is in that format as well. So if it is, perhaps it escaped all of us last time. But I would just perhaps ask if that can be revisited. I accept entirely that this is subject to May, frankly. There we go.
Okay, so just in response to that, there really have been very few changes to the previous document. So I absolutely understand the comments that you made, so I'll note those and take them back.
Okay, so we've made our comments. I'll come to the Vice Chair, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendation as set out on page 333, 7.1, that the committee has commented on the refresh council strategy as shown in Appendix 1.
Okay, and those comments will be as recorded by Mr. Platt. Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Etheridge, can I see those in favour, please? Okay, I think that's nearly everyone. Yes. Right, thank you very much. That brings us on to item 12, which is Mr. Platt's item, as it were, which is the work programme. Steve.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to refer to the discussion of the agenda planning meeting, which is at paragraph 3 of the report and in the recommendations. So at the meeting, it was suggested that at this meeting, the committee add to its work programme an item on decision-making processes, including document retention. And this follows the discussions on the call-in item discussed in March and also at the CYP committee. Secondly, it was proposed that there be a briefing note. This is following suggestion that the committee receive a report on staff surveys last time. That we initially have a briefing note on the survey that was undertaken in April on hybrid working, and then at that point decide whether the committee wishes to receive a report at a later date on the results of the annual staff survey that is being undertaken in September. But bearing in mind that will already be reported to the Employment Matters Committee, but whether there are any strategic items that this committee wants to consider. And thirdly, a proposal that we change the way that Medway North is scrutinised, in that this committee in future receives a single report each year on strategic objectives, and it was suggested that the committee recommend to the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee that it receives an operational report on those aspects which fall within the committee's remit, which I think is most of them under Norse. So it's just to ask members to comment on those three proposals and on the work programme generally, please.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if members have looked at the minute from Cabinet, but you will see that Cabinet has requested further work by our Assistant Director, Legal and Governance, with respect to the issue that we raised in particular with reference to the call-in item. I'll say no more on that. Yeah. Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Chair. And actually, that was one of the things I was going to raise. I welcome that being debated, although, to be fair, there wasn't much debate. And I look forward to seeing what comes from that work. I know he'll be speaking closely with senior managers of the council. I just wanted to pick up particularly on the Medway North recommendation. I really welcome that. I think we're still on a bit of a learning curve when it comes to our joint ventures and other bits and pieces when it comes to a scrutiny perspective. And I think we've been pretty good at trying to get away from there's a hedge in my ward that needs chopping down. We don't really do that here anymore, but it needs to happen somewhere. You know, those operational matters should be looked at in the same way that we hold others to account. So I think it's right and appropriate that will be going to the Regen committee. What that does mean, I think, and again, this is a conversation for the relevant pre-agenda, the timing of when they come here is pretty critical. We've had the conversations in the past about trying to make sure that it can, if we feel it's appropriate, we can give thoughts as to their budget-making process. And I'm sure in particular this year with cost of living and everything else, we may well have some views around that. So I welcome this proposal. I'll be very much supporting it. And thanks to colleagues for, I thought, a really helpful and positive pre-agenda meeting last time.
Thank you very much indeed. Did you want to speak? Yeah. Councillor Curry, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I welcome this as well because I've been, now having been a councillor for 3.5 years, looking at the relationship between Norse and the council, it is very complex and it's also very difficult to unravel. And I think that's something for this committee. The business model that we're working with Norse, it's very difficult to hold them to account as a contractor if at the same time we've got people of our own on their board, the Medway Norse board and such like. And I'd like a discussion around that, how that is actually working and whether it's working efficiently and effectively enough. And I think that would be a matter for this committee to look at, because it is a struggle sometimes when you challenge Norse over a particular piece of work that's not been done, which obviously would come under the Regen, and they say, well, actually, that's because we haven't got the resources. I was literally having a conversation this week. They are planning to plant 50 trees this winter because they can't plant anymore because we won't pay for the watering of them. That was effectively the argument. And at the same time, we're supposed to be reaching a climate change agenda where we're supposed to be planting thousands of trees, but there are only going to be 50 from them. So there's that kind of relationship which needs to be looked at as to how and what where they fit within our operational structure to fulfil our plans, what we want to do. So
Yep.
thank you for that.
Very fair comment. Councillor Maple.
Just to finalise this conversation, this is helpful, and I do think moving forward it will lead to two better sessions, both one here and one at Regen. And of course it may mean that actually different officers go to both. And I think that's possibly going to be helpful as well, operational versus strategic. One of the things I think that would be helpful, because I don't recall seeing it circulated, and again, if it needs to be on blue paper, that's absolutely fine. But I think seeing the latest version of the service level agreement between Medway Council and Medway North, certainly before we have that next holding to account, would be very helpful, just to understand exactly what are we paying for, what are we not paying for, what's not happening. And of course, that, I'm sure that should be shared. I'd suggest that's shared with Regen colleagues as well.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, I'll come to the Vice Chair, 7.1.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendation as set out on page 347 and 348 in 7.1 7.1a, 1, 2, and 3, and 7.1b. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded, Councillor Etheridge? Can I see those members in favour, please? Okay, I think, yes, that's all of us. Okay, thank you very much. Well, colleagues, that brings the meeting to a close. May I thank Councillor Van Dijk for being with us as a substitute. Can I thank Steve for all the work that's involved, Phil and other officers who've appeared here this evening, Mark Pantony for broadcasting us, and Paul for opening the building and tidying up after us. So thank you all so much. Until next time. Thank you.